That. And look at that. We're live. So yeah, I did play a little bit of the Invincible versus beta. They didn't have all of the characters. It's like I couldn't play as Conquest or anything. And I don't know that I love the concept of tag fighters in general on top of fighting games. So I don't know, it just wholly seems like not my jam, except for the fact that it's Invincible.
And an unfortunate thing for fighting games is because the rest of the industry is following a price point. Now we're looking at fighting games priced $70.
$50.
Is it 50?
70 for like the deluxe with some extra shit, but it's $50.
Well, then I just assumed that was the base game because, well, not bad. Priced about the max you should price a fighting game. Unless you're Mortal Kombat and you've got the name to go with the price.
I didn't think it was bad by any means, though, and people who are into fighting games seems to be digging it. So, I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, there'll be a big tournament in July, and that'll be a featured game there. Or the fighting game tournament of the year, the Super Bowl of fighting games. So we'll be able to see that in June or July. I'll have to double check.
And the final episode of season 4 is going to be Tuesday. So that's cool. Get into that soon.
that they're finishing up 4th season.
Yes. Real good. Finally got to see some real Thrag stuff last night, and he's voiced by Lee Pace, who is the day version of Emperor Cleon in Foundation, which is the space show where there's like the 3 clones of the same guy. It's like the kid version, the normal adult version, and then the old guy version. He's the normal like main version who is like the Emperor guy who's actively leading in Foundation. And then he's incredible in that role. And then now he's playing the Emperor of the Viltrumites in Invincible.
There was a Viltrumite war?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which will be mostly concluded in the final episode on Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever day it comes out. Yeah, they, I guess the Viltrumite War arc of the comics is kind of already over, but it'll be fully wrapped up in the next episode. But yeah, the Viltrumite War was pretty sick. Mark's second fight, Invincible, his name is Mark. Second fight with Conquest was pretty cool. And then,
I don't even get a real name.
yeah. And then they introduced Tech Jacket in the show finally. I mean, they showed up in season 3, but I don't think they spoke at all. They just were there during the Invincible War, which is when a whole bunch of Invincibles from other universes that are all evil get brought into Mark's dimension and like fuck shit up. And they have to kill all those Invincibles. When Tech Jacket kills one in season 3. And is now actually a character in season 4, which is cool. They did a gender swap on Tech Jacket. Now Zach became Zoe. And so Tech Jacket is lady now. And I called it the second I saw Tech Jacket was lady. That is so they can hook her up with Oliver. And then sure enough, last episode, her and Oliver are sitting down flirting with each other and shit. And I'm like, I called that shit in episode 1. This is the only reason that they would gender swap Tech Jacket is to hook her now up with Oliver. Because in the comics, Oliver is Omni-Man's second son, who he has with the weird ant people on Thraxa. And so he's like half weird bug alien. And in the comics, he's like not into humans. And so like he goes off to space and stuff and starts like banging a weird alien lady. And then Tech Jacket, the suit of armor the Tech Jacket wears is made by the Geldarians, another alien race. And it crash lands on Earth. And it's kind of a Spider-Man meets Iron Man kind of story, because they're Spider-Man in their responsibilities, but Iron Man in the fact that they have a cool robotic suit that kind of transforms and does whatever. And so they get the suit, and then they meet the princess of the Geldarians, and then they end up in a relationship. But him being human and her being a Geldarian, their parts are not compatible.
Yeah.
And so they have like a consensual, non-monogamy thing going on, where like they're in a relationship, but he's banging other aliens that his parts are compatible with. And I think they're just going to skip all of that happened in the comics and go, oh, they both banged weird aliens in the comic books. Maybe they like each other in the show, just to simplify all that weirdness of teenagers sleeping with aliens.
Yeah, that gets out there. Huh.
So, yeah, that's an interesting point. So Tech Jacket's in there now. She's pretty cool doing Tech Jacket stuff. Space Racer was there. Battle Beast was pretty sick in the last episode. I cannot wait. I'm hoping next episode they have his big battle with Thrag. Him and Thrag have a big knockdown, drag-out fight. But I don't remember if that happens now or later in the story. That might be later in the story, actually. So that might be a season 5 thing, now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, then Thrag gets a cool new jacket. Fur coat, that he wears around for the rest of the series. And it's pretty fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly that. But I'm really hoping we get the next bit of Dinosaurus's plot in the finale. It's one of those things that when it happened in the comics, my jaw just dropped and I went, holy fuck, did that really just happen? It will be a level of death and destruction previously untold in the Invincible series. I'm pretty excited for it. But yeah, Dinosaurus is like Reverse Hulk. He's like a normal dude who's just like a normal, lazy, slacker, whatever guy. And if he becomes too indifferent, he transforms into Dinosaurus, a hyper-intelligent humanoid T-Rex guy who's fixated on basically being an eco-terrorist and wanting to kill a bunch of humans because they're fucking up the planet and making it unlivable for humans. And it's pretty interesting.
Got to become too indifferent on something.
If he gets too bored and indifferent, he transforms into dinosaurs instead of when he gets angry. So then they eventually, after he does the thing that I hope he does in the next episode, he gets locked up by the GDA, the Global Defense Agency, run by Cecil Stedman. And they fucking put him in a prison cell, and it's like he's got a lazy boy and a TV and video games, and they wait on him hand and foot, just also he doesn't get too bored and become Dinosaurus and fuck everything up.
He's quite a large creature as Dinosaurus.
Yeah.
Okay. T-Rex sized.
No, bigger than a human, like 8 foot, bulky, big dinosaur mouth.
I'd kind of be thinking of Crocodile from Spider-Man, in a way.
Yeah, kinda. Big, but he's not, you know. Yes. Yeah, I believe he shows up in the first episode.
All right, we gotta clear all this debris over here and,
Hey, did you guys request an assist from Invincible?
no.
They didn't call for you. I did. First, let me thank you, Invincible. Your war cost so many lives. I know you think that's a tragedy, but you're wrong.
What? This is definitely getting copyright
Who are you?
struck.
What do you want?
Our planet is overburdened and dying. We're choking on our own filth, stupidly breeding like rabbits as we stumble towards extinction. But you gave us what no one else could.
Yeah, he just wants to kill a bunch of
chance at a
people.
better
He's Thanos.
future.
He's Thanos
Fewer
Hulk.
mouths to feed.
Go to hell.
If only you stopped there. But you have to make up for your mistakes, don't you? Push that needle back into the black, no matter what it takes. You're gonna ruin everything. Which is why you need to die. Every life you and your friends save today.
Hey, big dinosaur guy.
Tomorrow.
And he fucks shit up. You're real loud dinosaurs.
You think I picked this moment by...
So yeah, that's dinosaurs. I won't play the whole thing because doesn't matter.
That would be a cool character to have in the game.
Yeah, as far as I know, he's not currently listed, but it would be stupid to not have him. They must be waiting for the finale to announce him as like a DLC character.
Yeah.
Like, at least that's what I'm thinking, because like he's currently like a nobody.
Yeah.
Like he shows up there, he fights Invincible, he loses, he gets locked up by the GDA, but they don't know why he changes and stuff yet. And so then he changes, does whatever he's gonna do in the next episode, which I hope is pretty fucking sick. And then he'll be like established as like, oh, holy shit, this guy is a big deal. Did I ever talk to you about the Project Hail Mary movie? How fucking good that was?
Yes.
And I went and saw it. I have a totally legit version of it. It's not terrible. Visual quality is pretty good still. Not as good as like a direct rip would be, but it's passable. And then the Mario version I have is just like, I don't know how they got this shit. I mean, it's got hard-coded Russian subs on it, so obviously Russia, but it's like perfect video and audio quality.
Pretty standalone, that second Mario movie. You don't need to see the first one.
No, not really. I mean, the first movie kind of is relevant because you find out like why Bowser is the way Bowser is, but you can pretty easily infer it that Bowser is the way Bowser is because he was defeated by Mario in the last movie. Spoiler, Mario defeated Bowser.
Oh.
So, I mean, kinda. But I mean, the first one wasn't bad either. I don't love Chris Pratt's Mario, but it's not like offensively bad or anything. He's just not Charles Martinet, so.
Which Charles Martinet never really did not too many speaking lines.
Yeah, it was always just like expressions and stuff. You never hear Mario say a full sentence.
Let's go. I wonder if Charles Martinet also did Luigi, because like Luigi's man, did he?
He did all of them.
Okay, understood. And Toad.
I don't know about Toad, but he did Mario, Luigi, Wario, Waluigi.
All right.
And they had a new guy that came in that is now doing all of them.
I learned something about Waluigi the other day. So, originated in N64 tennis, of course, but that game was made by a studio called Camelot. They are a Japanese studio known for making JRPGs and like tactical games, Golden Sun, GBA, yada yada. So I just found that interesting.
Did you know about the origin of the original Donkey Kong game?
I'm not sure if I'm familiar.
So, like, we all know the original Donkey Kong game in the arcade is the first appearance of all those characters of Mario and Daisy?
Paulina.
Paulina, whatever. Princess being captured and Big Monkey.
Yep.
And that's Jumpman. It wasn't Mario yet at the time. And it's Pauline. It wasn't Daisy or Peach. And it's Donkey Kong's grandpa, not the Donkey Kong that we have. Anyway, that whole game was originally a licensed Popeye game. And you were going to be Popeye rescuing Olive Oil
From Bluto.
From Bluto.
There was a Popeye game for
But
Famicom.
they owned the licensing rights to produce Popeye trading cards and stuff, or not trading cards, but playing cards, because Nintendo, used to be a playing card company, if you didn't know that, and they had all the rights for that, so they assumed that they had the rights to make a game too when they started making games, and so they made this Popeye game, and were like going through negotiations and everything to get it released. Except that's right around the time the Robin Williams Popeye movie came out, which did gangbusters.
Yes.
And made Popeye kind of blow up for a little bit. So then the Popeye estate or whatever, whoever owns the rights for that, rights holders, were like, no, we think we can get more money and do better if we do something else or do this our own way. So then Nintendo just took this game that they had and just turned it into a first party thing. Changed Bluto into Donkey Kong, changed Olive Oil into Pauline, changed Popeye into Jumpman. Jumpman Mario. And thus Mario was born. And wouldn't it have been crazy if none of that ever happened and Nintendo was the Popeye company? And Mario wasn't a thing, like literally their mascot, who only exists because they were going to do a licensed Popeye game.
Yep.
And then they couldn't, and so they had to change the character. And then they became the most aggressive copyright holders of all time.
Yes. But that's how it happens from time to time. And because of that creation of Mario meant that several hundreds of people wanted to recreate that, which is where they have so many attempts at like, no, this is our mascot for our company.
Yeah, with Crash Bandicoot and Spyro for a bit, and
Sonic was a weird
other
one.
creepy PlayStation one that I can't remember the name of, like Mr. Hands or something like that. What is it?
Ooh,
It was like the polygon thing.
I know what you're talking about.
It was like the weird
I don't
face
remember.
with hands. I don't remember, but it was only on the PS1, and then that shit got buried.
Yes.
I think there was a reference to it in Astrobot, and I was like, I don't remember this. And so then I learned about it and then promptly forgot about it. Because I wasn't really around for much of the PS1 generation. The only PS1 games I had were ones that I played on my PS2. I wasn't like actively playing them as they were coming out. So
Which would have been, Oddworld 1, Oddworld 2.
yeah, both Oddworlds, the Twisted Metals, the first three Spyros, Gex. I actually think I might have played Gex for the first time on my 64.
Yeah.
And then gotten the PlayStation version later.
Because Sonic was a direct. Sega had everybody on deck to create a mascot, and they tried with like Alex Kidd and shit nobody remembers. And
Sonic stuck though.
Yeah, just because some CEO happened to be walking by this one guy's desk who was working on something, and he's like, what the fuck is that? I want that in my office in 10 minutes right now. And then that creator would eventually go to prison for tax evasion or insider trading.
Which he just got out, right?
Yes. And he'll probably work on some other Kickstarter non-Sonic style game that will be dumb. I mean, I say that with all love and affection. I hate being a Sonic fan.
How long was he in prison?
Oh, I think like 6 months to a year. Small
Okay.
time. Japanese prison as well.
But like, I was mostly wondering because like maybe he could use that as an excuse for why Sonic games have sucked lately. Be like, oh no, all the modern Sonic stuff's terrible because I wasn't involved with it. I was in prison. You know, the first 3 Sonic games and Sonic CD, those ones are good because I made them, but then I went to prison and someone else took over, and that's why the Sonic IP sucks now. And they just need to let me make another Sonic game. But if he was only in prison for a year, that narrative doesn't really work.
There is a major shift a lot of the time from people who go from creators to industry professionals. Like the creator of Crash Bandicoot, you know, he built up Naughty Dog for a bit, and then nope, that's Gears of War.
That's right. I was like, what did he do?
Cliff Bleszinski is awesome. However, I watched the Gears of War Road to E3 the other day, and when he's talking about like I think the exact sentence is, yeah, you know, my girlfriend's 19 and I'm 31, but I like to think that she's an old 19 and I'm a young 31. And I was like, ooh. But that was definitely 2005 where that was filmed
Age is
and
just
promoted.
a number. Hey man, if there's grass on the field, play ball.
Hell no, dog.
All that shit that I said when I was 17 and it didn't actually matter. And then as soon as I actually grew up, I was like, oh, wait, that's awful. And no one should say that.
Cliff Bleszinski really wanted to be like John Romero, the rock star level video game producer, which doesn't happen a lot anymore. But the creator of Crash Bandicoot, eventually, when he left Naughty Dog, he got into like doing things like helping THQ and all the studios when that all fell under find homes. Like he relocated people who were just about to lose their entire livelihoods. They get into a lot of like big legal stuff to like save studios versus anything that would even be noticed on consumer level.
So yeah, Charles Martinet, starting with Mario Tennis, was Mario, Luigi, Baby Mario, Wario, and Waluigi. Super Mario Advanced, he was Mario, Luigi, Wart, Mouser, Tricycle, Claw Grip, Fry Guy, Announcer.
Oh man, Super Mario Advanced. They were good for the time, but if you play them now, it's the Mario games re-released, but with like voices on top of, like they just like upgraded the audio because the GBA had a 32-bit processor and could do all this stuff now. Very strange to play for me.
New James S.A. Corey book came out this week.
Nice.
The Faith of Beasts, Book 2 in the Captives War Trilogy. I blazed through it in about 2 days. Fucking loved it. It was so good. Just really interesting story that is kind of unlike anything that I've read before. So the basic premise is, in the first book, really, they're humans that are on this planet.
It's like 2,000 years in.
Yeah, so they've been on this planet for like 3,000 years. They don't know how they got there. And the planet has like a whole nother tree of life that instead of DNA has like quasi-crystal ribosome databases or whatever. And so like is entirely different, uses entirely different structures for life and everything. So they know the humans aren't from there. Don't know how they got there. then these other aliens show up called the Carricks, and they're just like, hey, by the way, we own all of you now, and there's nothing you can do about it. Prepare to be subjugated. And then they instantly kill 1/8 of all the people on the planet and take all of the rest and like figure out who's the best at what they do, and then kidnap them all and take them through asymmetric space, which is their way of faster than light travel. Don't know what that means yet. And bring them to the World Palace, where they are judged for their worthiness, where our main group of people that we're with are scientists, they're biologists who on Ajin were trying to basically reconcile the two trees of life and make it so that like DNA-based organisms could eat quasi-crystal-based organisms and actually get substance from them instead of just dying or it literally doing nothing for you because your body can't do anything with those particles. Like that was their whole big thing that they were doing, and they'd managed to like make some kind of grass work using both structures, and like that was their big thing, and they were being lauded as being brilliant scientists and everything on their planet before the Carricks showed up. And the Carricks show up and they're like, hey, cool, you guys were doing that, you're gonna go in this lab and you're gonna make this weird berry on a stick organism into food for this 3-legged not turtle organism. Be useful, and then leave them in this crazy alien prison planet with thousands of other species of aliens that are all given their own unique task based on what they're capable of doing, and all being lorded over by the Carricks, who are like the top of the food chain, and their entire philosophy is what is. And they're like, you didn't think it was morally reprehensible when you cut down the tree and turned it into the handle for an axe. We did the same to you. So how could you possibly think this is morally wrong? We were superior and you could do nothing to stop it, and we're using you as a tool. You are a tool. The end. And it's just basically about trying to survive in that thing. And then in book 2, our group of people have proved themselves useful, and the human status has risen in the Carricks Empire. And then like some of them get sent out on like exploratory missions to find out if humans are useful or helpful for that. There's some cool space battles that are fought using like field projection weapons, also traditional missiles and stuff like that, but like microwave guns and other crazy shit that will just like really fuck you up. And all of this is in a war against the deathless enemy, which is humanity? Question mark. You find out some crazy shit at the end of the newest book, so I'm not going to definitively say one way or the other, but there's a novella in between the two called Live Suit, which is basically starts off as like a military kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, but like a combat military story where it's just like, oorah, we're soldiers and we're fighting aliens and stuff. And then by the end of it, you realize that it's actually kind of like a Lovecraftian horror, which is really cool. But anyway, live suits are humans who have been put inside a nano machine robot suit that will basically feed them, groom them, make sure they stay in shape, heal their injuries, inject them with drugs and stuff when they need it, handle their communications, protect them from vacuum, all that kind of stuff. Is armor, so it resists bullets and all that kind of stuff. And basically you join the live suit military as a human, because the humans are fighting against the Carricks and getting fucked up, and so then you join, and then you become a live suit, and you're essentially deathless. Like if your leg gets blown off, your suit just builds a new leg and you keep fucking going. And it cauterizes the wound and gets rid of anything gross and infected and just takes care of it without you ever seeing a doctor or anything. And so from another's perspective, you could be deathless, but like, where live suit come from. Also, in book 1, you're introduced to a character called the Swarm, who's a swarm of nano machines who takes over a human body but isn't outwardly apparent. Like, they just look like a person. They take over the person's body and they're in the person instead of being like a suit of armor on the person. And it's clearly like an adjacent technology to the live suits, but not the same thing, because live suit soldiers look like big hunks of black armor. It's like described as being pitch black, like absorbing all light that hits it in a weird way, like more black than black, you know, like no light is reflected from it. And then the Swarm is just a person. So, but they take over this person, and they're a tool of whatever the deathless enemy is that has been sent to Ajin, and then gets taken in the crippling of Ajin, the debasement of Ajin, and is like a weird thing inside a person. But then as it switches people, it remembers, like the old host dies, it goes into new host, but old host's consciousness stays with it, and then it's 2 consciousnesses. And then it takes a third person, and now it's 3 consciousnesses. And they're all like bickering and arguing with each other, but it doesn't have like its own base consciousness. It's just a set of instructions. Basically, infiltrate the Carracks, figure out a way to defeat them, and send us that information. And do whatever you got to do that. And that's it. It doesn't have a personality or a sense of self or anything. Like throughout the first book, it's like constantly talking about, and it feels satisfied, and also at the same time discovers that it can feel satisfaction and stuff like that. And so like that character's going on, and crazy shit happens with that character in the second book that is just wild, and it's definitely an allegory for some kind of trans person, but like weird sci-fi allegory for trans person, where it's like, yeah, I guess that's what that is, but this is like the strangest way you could approach this topic that's a little bit unnerving and disturbing, and not at all in like I'm a conservative and I only have one joke kind of way. You know, I identify as an attack helicopter. You know, none of that stupid shit. I thought it was handled very well, because the authors are, you know, not pieces of shit.
Yes.
And yeah, and then we're leading into book 3 with some real crazy stuff we learned about the Carracks. The Carracks are like a hive in the bee or ant sense, not the like typical sci-fi hive mind where they're literally all one mind, but they're like, they all work towards a single greater purpose and acknowledge themselves as just a cog within a machine, a greater machine that is the entirety of the Carracks. And basically every Carracks can get hormone signals from the Sovereign or from other Carracks above them that will basically change their role, and in all ways, physical appearance, gender, size, fighting ability, all of that is purely determined through their status in the Carracks Empire. The like lowest class are the brood mothers, which are all female Carracks that do nothing but create blank eggs. They can't even donate their own genetic material to it. They create the egg, and then 2 other Carracks fertilize that egg, and that becomes a new Carracks. You don't even get to contribute your own DNA to the future of Carrack society. And then if you prove yourself worthy and defeat one of your superiors in combat, you take their position, and you debase that superior and you become better. And then, you know, like if you debase them, then maybe you lose your gender and you become, you know, a low level librarian, which is like you're genderless, but you are more contributing to the actual inner workings of the Carrick society. And then you work your way up through there to become a like subjugator librarian, where you can gain your gender back and then actually be able to contribute DNA into the thing, and then work your way all the way up to being the assistant subjugator librarian to the actual sovereign, which is their queen.
Yeah.
And then the queen is the like, above all, she's like 20 feet tall, has over 100 eyes, giant fighting claws. Her feeding claws, which are like tiny little claws on their belly, are described as being larger than the fighting arms of most soldier Carricks. She's like fucking massive, crazy. And then she like, her assistant goes to her and they discuss everything. He gets reports from everybody under him and like gives her all of that information through like some kind of weird mind link pheromone communication. She makes decisions, tells him what to do, and then he disseminates that down the chain to all the Carricks that are below him, all the way down to whatever moiety your species is part of. If you're we would be the human moiety.
Yes.
Fighting for status among the rest of the Carrick's empire. It's pretty sick. Love this book. Very bummed that I have to wait until like late 2027, 2028 for the next book. The next novella comes out in December, though. And apparently it's going to focus in more on the different types of space travel that the different sides of the conflict are using. So the Carricks use asymmetric space travel, which appears to basically be they leave our plane of reality and travel through another dimension, a higher, like, so like if it becomes 4D space, then they can like cross the distance by going, you know, out and around and like make the distance shorter and therefore cover the distance in a faster than light way. Not really sure how it works, but that's what they do. And it does not cause time dilation. So whatever they're doing, they're not dealing with relativity. They're not traveling faster than light. They're not approaching the speed of light in a way that causes significant time dilation, in that the people on the World Palace and the people out doing the battle are experiencing different scales of time. Everything seems to move fairly linearly, and without any relativity fuckery. Other than when they enter and exit asymmetric space. When they enter and exit asymmetric space, causality gets all fucked up. It's like, suddenly I was very dizzy and remembered myself throwing up. Then I got dizzy and threw up. You know, that kind of shit happens when they're going in and out of asymmetric space. And so don't know what's going on there. But then the humans travel using brain slip, which does have relativistic effects. So when you sign up for the live suit corps as a live suit infantryman, you sign up for an 8-year contract, but that's 8 years subjective. It's 8 years of your time, not 8 years of time.
Yes.
So you get on a spaceship, start traveling near the speed of light, your time slows down. You experience 6 months or whatever. But if you're traveling 99.999% the speed of light, that 6 months becomes 15 years for everybody who is moving at a stationary speed, or an outside observer who's not moving at that relativistic velocity. So your 8 years relative to you could be hundreds of years in the span of your family that you leave behind on your planet.
Yeah.
So basically, when you sign up to be a live suit, you're not coming back. And if you do come back, you're not coming back to your family. They're going to be, it'll be their descendants, or they're all dead and gone. You know, maybe your whole planet's been taken by the fucking Carricks. Who knows? And they did an AMA. The authors did an AMA after the day after the new book came out, and someone had asked them about the different types of travel and relativity, and if people are experiencing time dilation, and they said specifically that the next novella is going to touch on that. And just like Live Suit kind of flipped the way we were looking at the whole story on its head, that the next novella will also do that. So I'm very excited to see what kind of wrench they throw into all of this with the next novella. Like, what is this relativity going to change? Like, I don't know. Because there are characters who leave, go through asymmetric space, do a crazy space battle or whatever, and then come back, and it seems like a normal amount of time has passed, and everybody's assuming that there are no relativistic effects and stuff, but I guess they never explicitly say that Dafid, the main character's name is Dafid, which I love, experienced 5 years here doing this thing, and Kampar only experienced 6 months or whatever. Like, you don't get that direct comparison of time. So maybe there is some time dilation going on within the Carricks. Hard to say. We are not given enough information to fully make that declaration.
Did you finish Neuromancer?
No. I was working on it, and then this came out, and I fucking just ripped through this. I've read so much less Neuromancer than this. I've read maybe like 50 pages of Neuromancer. This book is 436 pages. I ripped through it in 2 days.
You have plenty of sci-fi to go through if you got the ones that, just come out, and then you're checking out like the very far back influences.
Yeah, because I've still got a lot of like Asimov stuff that I wanted to read. And Philip K. Dick and all that, like, really, no pun intended, foundational sci-fi, because Asimov wrote the Foundation series.
Yes.
And it's foundational sci-fi. So it's a funny pun. But yes, I do have all of that to go back to. I just really feel like this is going to be its own, in 50 years, the Captives War is going to be like its own foundational work of sci-fi that really changed the way people think about alien species and stuff. Because the thing that I love about it is so many of the species are truly alien. Like, you have simple ones like the soft Lothark, which are like tall, really thin but long arms, big wide mouth full of teeth, furry, small beady eyes. They're like a weird ape-looking thing with weird proportions, bipedal, basic alien shit. Then you have like the raccoons, which are like giant man-sized centipedes with knives for feet, which is like, yeah, that's pretty wacky, but it's still conceivable. And then you have things like the phylarchs of Ostradine, which are described as looking like bone horses. They look like a horse made of bone, and when they move, all their joints emit sparks of green electricity, and they built all the world palaces and stuff. But they're horses, bone horses with electricity in their joints. Somehow they built giant ziggurats, which is crazy. And then there's like this alien that is either a bunch of tiny little bug aliens or a swarm of bug aliens that processes the air and filters out harmful stuff and is not interested in talking to people. It's like, I do this. Anything more than this hurts. Leave me alone. Is basically how that conversation goes. And the Carracks themselves, like the way their whole hive structure works, and like and the fact that like any Carracks can do any job through like completely reworking their body plan. Nothing on Earth does that, and that's not like a super typical
Yeah.
sci-fi thing. And there's other details that are kind of the climax of the book that I'm not giving away, that are specifics in the weirdness of how Carracks and Soft Lothark and stuff do things. But they're like major plot points in the book, and I don't want to give that away.
Yeah.
Because all our 0 listeners might get spoiled.
You gonna check out any Hubbard?
I've thought about it. Like, unironically, I've considered just being like, what's this fucking crazy dude written?
And he's got a whole plethora of books before he decided.
Yeah, that are like, because isn't Battlefield Earth? That's L. Ron Hubbard, I believe.
I think so.
Because like that whole movie was funded by like the Church of Scientology and shit. And apparently that's just a real dumb, wild book as well. Like his sci-fi is not great sci-fi. That's the thing I struggle with older sci-fi.
They're kind of getting it, but
Is it's like, I don't know, like they just, the science being so outdated
Yep.
in the 60s and whatever from what it is now is just kind of like, or like War of the Worlds.
yeah.
The aliens come from Mars.
Yep.
And like, I forget what the argument was, but there was like something else and they wanted to make them attack Earth specifically, and they had to give a reason for why Earth. And they were like, oh, well, it has to be this because Venus has that, and we're pretty sure there's life on Venus, you know? Which, like,
That is a great point. The science really, it wasn't there back then. So most of their concepts are wild.
yeah, and like older stuff like that doesn't have any grasp of relativity, or like when they're talking about aliens, they're talking about them coming from Mars and shit, and that's just like,
Kind of like Twilight Zone
There's no-
tales. You know,
yeah,
that kind of science fiction. Like,
it's like really, it's interesting and it's foundational to the genre.
yes.
But it is tough to go back and read something like that after reading something like The Faith of Beasts or The Mercy of Gods or The Expanse or The Martian or Project Hail Mary or the Bobiverse.
Anything from like, I don't know, what would it be, 95 and on, 2000 and on?
And I'm sure it'll probably be similar as we go forward and learn more.
Yeah,
You
the
know?
book's still right in 50 years. That'll
When
probably
we're-
be some nutty
When
shit.
we're actually mining asteroids in the asteroid belt and shit, I'm sure a lot of the stuff from The Expanse will seem quite quaint.
Yeah.
Because it probably won't be at all like what it is in the book, even though that is the most realistic depiction of it we can envision now. Who knows what will be happening by then, or if that kind of thing will be happening, you know, because in The Expanse, there's not a lot of automation. There's some, and there's like computers controlling your ships, and you just like enter basic commands and it handles like all the orbital trajectories and the math and that heavy stuff like that. But there's no like, they're not sending drones out to the asteroids to strip mine them and bring all the resources back. They're sending people. But realistically, looking at our timeline right now, that's just gonna be robots.
Yeah.
And that's a bummer. They're just going to send a bunch of fucking drones up. They're going to land them on a fucking asteroid, attach some thrusters to it, slow it down, deorbit it to bring it closer to Earth, and then bring it into orbit around Earth and send a bunch of drones up to strip mine it and bring it down to the surface. I highly doubt we're going to have people living on Mars and in the asteroid belt. And if we do, it's not going to be a lot. It's not going to be big civilizations. They're going to be temporary station positions, at least for the foreseeable future. I could be wrong, but it just seems highly unlikely.
Yeah. We're not talking.
And that's if fucking humans make it that far.
Yep.
Jesus Christ, people, do better.
Yeah. No, yeah, it might be a big reset and then another 1,000 years before getting back up to having a space program again.
Because, I mean, this whole Artemis 2 is really just to prove that we can still do it.
Yep.
I guess Artemis 3 now is only going to do Earth orbit. I believe they're going to go into high Earth orbit, and then they're testing something. I don't even remember what. I read about it on the NASA site, but it doesn't matter. And then Artemis 4, we're landing on the moon. But that's, again, not till 2028. So, again, we'll have an Artemis mission and a new James S.A. Corey book happening at the same time.
Not bad.
Because we just had Artemis 2 end, and then this book came out. So that could be exciting. Yeah, they're saying 2027 for Artemis 3. And I assume that'll move on a little bit faster of a timeline since it's just a high Earth orbit. It's not going to the moon. So, and I believe that's going to be like a 3 or 6 day mission or something like that. But then Artemis 4, when we go to the moon, if this is still the fucking timeline by then, because all this shit changes constantly, it will be a 30-day mission. And they're going to go up, and we're going to land on the moon, and we're going to be there for a minute. And then we're going to come back. And then Artemis 5 is supposed to start the actual building of a permanent moon base. Which, yeah. And the whole point of having a moon base is so that we can leave Earth, get into a lunar orbit, refuel, and then go out further, you know, because a lot less gravity being that far away, no atmosphere to go through at that point. Your fuel will take you much further. If you try and launch from Earth with all that extra fuel, it's then going to cost you more fuel to carry fuel. Yep. You're burning fuel for fuel. And it just becomes this like crazy calculation that eventually just doesn't make sense. And so, yeah, you launch from here with enough to get to the moon, which we've proven we can do. And once you get to the moon, you throw on that much of a booster again, and you fucking carry on, and now you're going to Mars. Or Titan, or Ganymede, or, you know, any of those celestial bodies that we may be interested in exploring.
Didn't happen to. They were looking for ice on the dark side of the moon.
So they're looking for ice in the craters at the poles of the moon. So the dark side of the moon is called that because we can't see it, so we didn't know that it wasn't always dark over there. It's not. The whole moon gets sunlight.
Yep.
Except for certain places at the poles where there are craters that have ridges so high that the sun only ever hits the rim of the crater, and basically the inside of the crater is constantly shaded from sunlight. So in places like that, there could be ice. And then we could take that ice, electrolyze it, make hydrogen and oxygen, which is rocket fuel.
Yeah.
And then that would allow us to have the fuel already up there. And then once we're established and we're traveling, we would probably then get our ice from elsewhere. Like, I would assume there's not exactly a highly sustainable amount of ice on the moon. I could be wrong. I don't really know the scale of how much ice it takes to make rocket fuel, how much is there, all of that shit. But moon be small, we burn through resources that aren't replenishable, and then they're gone. But once we're able to make those kind of distances, we would probably then take ice from asteroids in the asteroid belt, or from the rings of Saturn or Uranus, or other places where there's just big old chunks of ice floating around out in space. And then we would bring that back to the moon and turn it into rocket fuel, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's the job I want, is going out and getting ice.
That's
Bringing it back.
what the main characters in The Expanse's job is. They're ice haulers. They work for the company Pure and Clean, and they make trips from the rings of Saturn back to, I think it's either Earth or Mars, because it's an interplanet corporation. So they're either Earth or Luna based, and then they bring the ice back there and sell it, and that's all they do. Just go back and forth and get big old chunks of ice.
Space.
You're space truckers. That's what they are. That's literally what the characters in The Expanse are. They start out as fucking space truckers hauling ice. They get it. They catch a distress signal and have to go check it out and get drug into this whole crazy thing.
Yeah, you definitely get drug into this whole crazy thing. The fucking goths.
Yeah.
I was just trucking, and now
And now I'm dealing with extra dimensional forces that we don't understand because they're at war with the gate building other aliens that existed millions of years ago and started a war with these extra dimensional beings that we can't even comprehend. And now I'm in the middle of it because someone decided to wake up their fucking asteroid that they sent to hit us that didn't hit us and then thought, oh, this is a cool thing. Let's play with it. Because that's the whole thing is like, I believe it's that Pluto was an asteroid that was thrown at us by the gate builders that was carrying the protomolecule, which is what allows them to build their gates in all the different areas. Then we found the protomolecule on Pluto and we're like, what's this? Let's play with it. And then it was like fucking with things and like changing the genetics of people. And we didn't understand why. So we kept playing with it until it got enough biological material to build the space gate. And then we're in that. And then once the space gate is built, now we're pissing off the Goths because we're traveling through their dimension, which is painful to them in some way. Never really explained how that all works, but they don't like it.
It's like a foreign matter in their system.
Yeah, because we don't really know what the Goths are. We know they live in like a fourth dimensional space, and when we go through the ring gates, it hurts them. But like if we do it a little bit, they kind of leave us alone and let us be. But once we do too much, we piss them off, and then they do what's called Dutchmaning, and like the next ship that goes through a gate just disappears and is never seen again. And you don't know, you never find out what happens to them. Well, you kind of find out what happens to them. You find out that it's bad for them. You don't see where they go, but like it's basically described as like just shit coming through reality and completely eating chunks of everything around you. Like this ball comes through. If it touches you, that just ceases existing. And it's pretty fucked up. And yeah, so we got to stop doing that. And all that is just, we were just trucking, man. And what is it, Protogen? Is that the name of the company? What am I? It's been a minute since my last Expanse read. I think it's Protogen. Is the company that's doing all that
Not too
shit.
different from Alien, where they're just space trucking, receive a distress signal. That one, a little more planned out by a corporation, much smaller scale.
Yeah, but that is definitely one of their inspirations going into the Expanse is stuff like Alien, because I've watched a lot of interviews with the authors, but they love the just thought of blue collar workers in space in stuff like Alien. Cough. So yeah, love James S.A. Corey. Excited for their next book. I do need to sign up for their Patreon and be just like the worst kind of person. They've been doing the series called James S.A. Corey Write a Thing. and they're writing a new novel, unrelated to The Expanse, unrelated to the Captives War. Those are the only things they've written together. Daniel Abraham, which is one half of James S.A. Corey, writes his own stuff as an author, writes a lot of fantasy. It's not my jam. So I've never read any of his solo stuff.
Yeah.
Ty Frank, I don't believe, has done any solo writing projects. And then together, they are James S.A. Corey. And, yeah, they wrote The Expanse, 9 books, 9 novellas. And then they wrote the 2 books in the Captives War, 1 novella so far, 1 more novella coming in December. And then the final book will be, I assume, late 2027, early 2028. They said in the AMA that they have completely written the whole outline for the book and have it completely written out. They just have to finish filling all the space between and actually writing the book parts. They called it, apparently there's a book for writers on the writing process called Bird by Bird. And it's basically just you go through and create overly detailed, I just said the word, like timeline, plotting out everything. And then you just go through and refine that and refine it and refine it and refine it until you have the whole skeleton of the story and every last detail that's going to be there. And then you basically just go bit by bit and fill it in and make it work. And it's the bird by bird approach. I guess it's like if you're given a database of a whole bunch of birds and you have to identify all of them, that it's overwhelming if you look at the whole big picture and you just got to go bird by bird. I guess. I don't know. I haven't read the book. Doesn't matter. Point is, they've got the whole bones of the final book done and are just hammering out the details. And so I'm hoping less than a year would be nice.
What is it, like a $5 tier to have access to their?
I didn't even get to that fucking part. So they've only written those 2 books. $5 tier to get part of James S.A. Corey Write a Thing, where they're writing the new book, and like every week they basically go through and show their writing process, starting out from coming up with the characters and outlining everything and writing the whole book. And they're, I believe, now on the process of writing the whole book and are on like chapter 30 something. And so I would have like 2 years of content that they've made to just binge through now after paying like one $5 tier a month. So that's the part that makes me a terrible person. But neither of them's hurting for money. I'm not that upset about it.
That's the upside and downside to Patreon is that, yeah, you can just hit that month to really see, I'll call it a trial period if you want.
I bought this book for $30.
Yes.
And I'll give you $5 on Patreon. I also bought a Tie and That Guy shirt because I'm one of the 8.
Let's see. James S.A. Corey writes a novel.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm probably going to be signing up for that because I'm craving some more James S.A. Corey now after tearing through that first book.
Huh. So on Patreon, you can like really look up the details of what somebody makes on Patreon. Like it's just available information.
Yeah. And that's just in addition to their other income.
Yes.
Daniel Abraham's writing books like on his own. They got the James S.A. Corey stuff. They're guaranteed they're still getting royalties on all the Expanse shit that's out there. Like, they're living comfortably.
Yeah, Patreon.
They're not, but that is not to say that they're like Musk, Bezos level.
No.
They're still decent human beings.
They still enjoy the idea of a day's work.
They're comfortable. And yeah, and they're still fucking working, and I'm buying all their work. I own every one of their novels that they have released together as a
You're
pair.
working too by their work.
Yeah.
The circle of capitalism.
Anyway, I'm going to sign up for that. I'm going to tear through that shit.
Yep.
Because I need me some more James S.A. Corey right now. And they had originally talked about when they complete this whole book, deleting the whole Patreon. So I can't wait too long because then the whole thing could be gone.
Yeah, and then you might want to. I mean, somebody consider. They might archive.
I'm sure someone's archiving that shit.
You don't keep up with like King at all and his whatever he's doing lately, do you?
Steven?
Yep. Yeah, I guess there is not Joseph King that he writes as. It's something else, but
Yeah, I have not been paying attention to his newest stuff. I haven't cared for a lot of his newer books. They've seemed more social commentary and less
yeah.
like here's an interesting monster or concept.
He is big.
You know, it's
into-
unfortunate, but maybe the cocaine was doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Lately, and for the most part, his views are that in line with a decent human being's point of view. But yeah, you get to that point where you're like, I just want to try and make the world a better place.
You
And
could
it gets
always
away
pretend
from-
that you don't have any level of reading comprehension, that he doesn't think anything happened on Epstein Island because you're a fucking idiot. He posted a thing on Twitter
Really?
basically calling people stupid for thinking there was like one singular file that was a list of every single Epstein client that had ever existed. He's like, it's not that, guys. You're an idiot if you think it's that. There's no one list with every single person he's ever dealt with on it. And Twitter basically took that to mean, I think there's no Epstein list, therefore there were no Epstein clients and the whole thing is made up. Which is not at all what he said. What he said was, there is not one piece of paper with every single name on it. There's no Epstein list. There are Epstein files. There are millions of them. They're available on the DOJ website where they implicate our president frequently. What he was saying is there's not just one list that has all the information on it.
Yeah.
And so then a bunch of idiots on Twitter all went, oh, you're on the Epstein list then. And he was just like, no, that's not what I said.
He is of that status, age.
And would not surprise me even a little bit.
Yep. Luckily, so far, he's not. But he writes about this shit.
I've seen zero evidence to actually implicate him in anything other than just people going, oh, you said this one thing, therefore you're on the Epstein list. And it's like, okay, let's calm down.
I assume since he writes about these horrible people, it kind of, it either A, gets horrible urges out of his system throughout his life, or B, he just looks at it and realizes, yeah, I don't want to be that person, but I do want to create that person.
Yeah, I thought there's an interesting quote from him that is like talking about it. And he's like, it's very interesting to me that so many people get hung up on that one scene at the end of the book. When throughout this whole book, I've been graphically describing the brutal murders of children, and no one batted an eye. But then they have a consensual sex scene between children, and everyone loses their damn minds.
Yeah.
Which he's kind of got a point. I don't necessarily agree with it, but he's kind of got a point. Like, you still could have, the book would have been, you just don't do that. You just don't do that.
Yes. And to create extremes like that, it's intended to make most people uncomfortable.
What's the matter, Lottie Goober? Huh? Why are you tripping? So he's definitely a weird guy. But, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean he's a pedophile.
Yeah.
Could be.
He's got everything that would draw you to think that, yeah.
I'm not going to throw myself in front of anything to defend him.
You know, like, as Eric Andre said, everybody who, like, created Windows 95 is, like, on the Epstein list.
Yeah. Devastating for me. Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking, yeah. That's devastating.
They fucking rolled his ass up the wheelchair accessible ramp and flew him right to the island and rolled his ass on out, and he typed into his little computer, oh, while getting blown by a 13-year-old or something, probably, because of course he did.
I noticed I was helping my friend's mom the other day do something with her PC, and I noticed, like, right in her documents, right there, Epstein files. And I was just like, huh. It was kind of, you hear about it all the time, but just to see it on somebody's computer, like, oh yeah, I mean, I now see for myself that it is just readily available.
There's, what is it? Is it email? What is it? Jmail. Jmail.com. Is gone. What happened to Jmail? Jmail.world. Hey, look. You're in Jeffrey Epstein's Gmail account. Not really. Not really Jeffrey Epstein's email account, but they took all the Epstein files and organized them in a way that appears, because they're all emails. And so here are all those emails, and it's all searchable. So if I type Stephen Hawking, did I spell Stephen wrong? There we go. Stephen Hawking. I'm not going to go into reading it, but yeah, they're not cool.
I haven't heard much out of musicians.
There are some mentions of Stephen King, but it's just people talking about his books, not him. Yeah, I also haven't heard anything about musicians.
Because I would expect, like, David Lee Roth.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a little bit more integrity, and no, there isn't. I say that, and then I remember, like...
Yep, that they're all probably just as awful.
There was just a man who was killed in prison who was the lead singer of some British shit band that everybody celebrated his death. and he did some horrible shit.
Hey, just a tip. Live your life in a way that people don't celebrate when you die.
Yeah.
Let them celebrate your life, not your death.
It's a weird day and age where I really try to stay off the shit, but I get plenty of news notifications of, you know, child sex predator killed in prison. Everybody celebrates. Like, it's just constant. And I'm like, it's a very strange day and age where we're celebrating, you know, people, you know, it's just, I mean,
like,
it's worth celebrating, of course, but like, you can be a hero if you're in prison and already have lost everything.
Yeah, there's that guy that is trying to take out as many child predators in a single day as he could before he got stopped. And it's like, yeah, that guy's commissary fund's going to be taken care of for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
There's the fucking warehouse guy.
Yeah.
In California,
I-
which is the one that they talked about, and then they realized their mistake when at least 6 other warehouses or businesses have been set on fire since then. People are sick of it, man. We've had enough of the billionaires owning everything and basically saying you get to be a wage slave for the rest of your existence. You don't get to own a home. You don't get to have time to actually spend with your family and loved ones if
time
you
to
want.
improve.
Yeah, you get to work and then go home exhausted and sleep so you can get up and work again. That's your existence.
I have been trying to break that problem down by like every little step to see if I can get into the habit or routine of working on improving my current position in life, which is okay, but I'd like to be working.
The game is
toward-
rigged. You're never gonna. Like, it's just the game isn't set up for people like us to succeed.
No, you really have to like bust ass.
You have to not
sacrifice.
care about anything except money.
Yep.
Including other people, because it is required under capitalism for you to exploit other people to get ahead. It is required. Period. Full stop.
And
You cannot get ahead without exploiting other people. Because what do you think your bosses are doing?
Oh, 100%.
Like, there's not an even give and take there. The workers are not benefiting from the products of their labor. The ruling class is. And I'm not talking about your fucking manager at Dollar General. I'm talking about the owner of Dollar General, who's probably never been in a grocery store in his life. Donald Trump hadn't heard of the concept of a fucking corner store. This is the type of person who's never done their own grocery shopping, and yet they're making all the decisions about how you live your life. Why? Politicians should not be allowed to trade stocks. Also, like, what the fuck are we doing? This whole Iran conflict has just been one of the biggest insider trading schemes ever. It's just been a whole bunch of Donald Trump makes an announcement as soon as the stock market opens, prices soar, then all of his buddies sell, then Iran blows something up, then everything crashes again, then all his buddies buy up a bunch of stock right before the stock market closes at the lowest prices, then the next day he announces some kind of deal which is inevitably going to fail, then everything soars again and all his buddies make billions more again while they're spending billions on this war. Over $42 billion spent blowing up children in Iran because Israel told us to. The fuck are we doing? It's 3 o'clock.
We are regressing, and I don't know if we'll see things make it back within our lifetime. My faith in humanity was oddly restored a bit throughout this whole situation I was telling you about with my neighbor. Like,
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by that. That went smoothly.
she, no doubt, she hates my dad. Like, she'll let us know to our face. Like, yeah, fuck that guy. He caused us a lot of problems and money, which has me in a weird position. So when we were sitting there with the lawyer last Thursday, her lawyer about this thing, from their not the right term to use, truth perspective, from what this lawyer views as the truth of what happened, was that my dad had accidentally signed a quitclaim deed in like 2008, and that put the property in her name, Mary Jane, our neighbor, which my neighbors, for context, are like MAGA individuals, like, so.
Although they haven't had the Trump flag up for quite a while.
They have not. So my assumption of these people were, no matter what, they're advantageous opportunists. They're going to take advantage of any little thing that they got to better their stance in life, which is why they were trying to like fuck with my dad all that time and taking him to court over stuff. So this was all what I viewed. But then throughout this, and like my big paranoia and fears of having to go to court and like deal with this ourselves, she's just been like, nope.
Surprisingly not awful to deal with.
Nope, I want to make sure I give it to you guys. Like, even the lawyer was pissed when he was explaining. He's like, and benevolent as your neighbor is, she just wants to sign the property. She wanted to sign it to just me and my brother at first. She doesn't really trust Marilyn. Probably maybe a foreigner trust, or, if she married
That's not surprising.
If she married my dad, then maybe she's got problems too.
Yeah, it's a combination of being an immigrant, a legal one at that.
Yep.
And then being married to your dad, who they hate. So.
Yep. So showed no hate to me and my brother. It was actually more worried about us selling the house to somebody else than us buying it ourselves, because we were keeping information to ourselves, because if you're going to go to court, you don't want to. But ended up just being completely honest with her about everything and what's going on, and I even played along, joined in with her like on the hate for my dad, which seems super disrespectful, but I live in a country where you have to turn off your feelings to get what you want from time to time. So yeah. So I turned off, things like pride.
I bet if you were doing it in a way that your dad envisioned as taking advantage of them, he'd be cool with it.
So I was just like, yeah,
He's like, you did it and you got them fuckers to sign it over and you didn't have to pay them a dime? Hell yeah, good job.
Because I would have had a lot worse view of this world if I was just all of a sudden booted out and they sold the property and made a bunch of money themselves and none of us walked away with anything. I'd be a lot more cynical. I'm actually oddly not even handling how well this went that well, because this isn't the world and the things that happen that I know of. And so maybe that's their ultimate fuck you to my dad, is a major act of kindness to his kids, one that beats out quite a few of his own acts of kindness. But so I don't know, but that's going to get signed this Monday, and then we're going to be able to buy this fucking house off my stepmom
and finally be done with all that bullshit.
And we'll be done with all that bullshit, and then Then
it's just paying off the mortgage.
Yep. It'll just be life after that. A completely open, like coming out of the fucking Vault 13. life, which means, do this and do that to try and better a financial situation. Also,
Why 13?
Is 13 Fallout 3?
No, it's 101.
Fuck, I'm sorry. I meant 13 was
Or is that one?
13 is number 1. That's right.
Which I haven't played.
Sorry,
so
I
didn't
meant
get that.
Vault 101. Stepping out of that vault.
Because it's 101 and it's 111 in 4, right?
Yep.
And then it's 76 and 76 and 33 in the show.
Yep.
31, 32, and 33.
God, I love Fallout. So, yeah, I just need to find, with this current skill I have, forklift, let's get more per hour, maybe a better situation closer to home, things like that.
Doesn't 2 kind of focus around the same vault from 1? So wouldn't 13 also be in 2
you are
then?
the descendants of Vault 13, because in number 1, the Lone Wanderer goes out and or the Vault Dweller. Fuck. The Vault Dweller goes out, does all that shit, comes back, and then the Overseer says, "You've seen too much. Thanks for all that help. Like, you got the water chip, you killed all the super mutants and the Master. Thanks for that, but you cannot fucking come back." And so, Vault Dweller leaves, starts a society of people. So that's why in Fallout 2 you live in a tribal society at first.
Which is, they're kind of trying to do a similar thing with What's Her Nuts from the show.
Yes.
Why can't I remember her name?
Lucy.
Lucy. I had Julie in my head for some reason, and I'm like, that's just not right.
Yeah, now she does not have, her home is being slowly destroyed and I believe, in Fallout 2, the Enclave, I think, inevitably comes and kidnaps all the people of Vault 13, because Vault 13 still, is going on. The original Vault Dweller had his society. 100 years later, the Vault's still active, and you eventually save your people and the Vault that kicked your grandfather out in Fallout 2.
I mean, I'm gonna have to check those fucking first 2 games out.
They,
see if I can get through them.
You get them, look for that community mod that just makes everything work pretty well, allows you to actually scroll and inventory. And or just find a nice playthrough, because it's interesting regardless. And there are people working on the original Fallout 3 at the moment,
Which then kind of became Wasteland?
Those people would go and then reacquire the rights to Wasteland and work on it. The original Fallout 3 would have looked a bit like those old computer RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, pre-rendered background with characters moving around. No, I'm sorry. The original Fallout 3 would have been the first 3D CRPG. So 3D isometric, played like the first 2 Fallouts. A bunch of fans are getting back together. Fallout Van Buren, which I think was supposed to take place in Colorado. No, where the fuck is Van Buren?
They just talked about Colorado a bit in the show. Isn't that where they're headed?
Yeah, well, that's where the Enclave is, and possibly the family.
Yeah, that's where Ghoul's family was allegedly headed.
Van Buren is Arkansas.
Arkansas.
There's also Van Buren Township, Michigan.
Yep, I did know that, which isn't too far from us.
There's probably hundreds of Van Burens out there.
Isn't that Detroit word, Van
I think
Buren?
so. Yeah, I don't usually try a bunch of them. The ones I want to try aren't out yet, but I keep up with whatever Fallout fans are creating. It's always interesting. Because we're not going to get Fallout 5 before you get them books and all that stuff happening in 20.
Oh, hell no. James S.A. Corey, if nothing else, are consistent as fuck. I'm sure I've told you this before, but the first Expanse book came out the same year as the last Game of Thrones book was released. They both came out in 2011.
There's no hope for Martin.
And they've since released the entirety of the Expanse series. And then now are over halfway done with this next series.
We might not even get that fucking Elder Scrolls out of the way before all that shit happens.
Yeah, because they were waiting for fucking Starfield to come out to even really start on that. And Starfield was supposed to be the one. You were supposed to be the one, Anakin!
Yeah, that was supposed to tide us over until we got the fucking fantasy shit out of the way to get to the good shit. Which all takes like 5 to 10 years apiece. Oh my god. Ugh. Fallout could do with, you know, a secondary studio working on another game while they work on that worked out pretty well once before, kinda. Really, one of the only video game environments I do want to spend my time in, but I don't know if I want to boot up 76 again or just replay what I've already played.
But I don't want to build a fucking base.
Yep.
Stop it.
That's kind of
Stop it, Bethesda.
As well. I really just like looting. I like Fallout 3 when you do whatever enough, you get a place that you can put all your items. You walk in there, click the bobblehead thing, drop off your items, and you're fucking out. I like that.
That was about the extent of what I wanted to do. Or like Ratchet and Clank 3? I think it's 3. Where you're on the ship, you got the Federation spaceship, and in between planets, you can go land up there. You got a little gallery that all your little collectibles will go in. And you have the one other room that's the collectible video games. You play the hollow discs and play those. And then you get back on your ship and you leave.
And
that's
do you
cool.
Also like change weapon loadout there?
There's a vendor. You can like buy guns and stuff. But it's like all the rest of them where you have all your guns at all times.
Because it did get to a point where you could only have so many hotbarred, right?
But then they introduced like changing pages, and so you'll have multiple pages on your quick select. So, yeah, you always have all your weapons. I think it was just the first game where you could only put some on your quick select. And then after 2, I think they started doing multiple pages of quick select, and you could put everything in there.
I still got that saved video on my PlayStation of me fighting a boss in Rift Apart, and I watch it from time to time. It makes me fucking happy. So much going on. Because I was big into the plant thing, so throw that out, freeze the boss, little robots and shit everywhere attacking the boss, big fucking gun.
Yeah,
I will be whatever Ratchet and Clank comes out next. I will also purchase that.
Regrettable Comeback 2 get banned.
Because that gameplay was fucking fantastic.
Yeah, and we gotta wait through fucking Wolverine to even get the next thing for that. And because it was
is.
Spider-Man 2, then Wolverine, and because years ago, when Rift Apart came out, there was a Insomniac leak that had slated the next Spider-Man thing to be like 2027 or 2028. And I'm sorry, Ratchet and Clank thing to be like 2027 or 2028. And that was back then. And that should always be changing.
Yep.
So like, next Ratchet and Clank ain't happening for a minute. Because I think at that time, Wolverine was still scheduled to come out in like 2025 or something like that. And it's 2026 and it still hasn't come out yet.
I'm sure it'll be a great game. Just based on the reputation. I love how there's still a studio around where you can just say, yeah, I'm sure it's going to be great.
I still haven't played Spider-Man 2, but apparently that was also great.
I heard that Miles Morales.
Yep, which I also didn't play. I played the first Spider-Man and I really liked it, so I have no reason for not playing the other ones. I even own them through the PlayStation. Heavy air quotes on own because it's through the PlayStation Plus subscription, but like all I'd have to do is subscribe again to get them back.
Man, I ain't been playing shit lately. Nothing sounds good. The only way I could cheat it is if a friend was playing something and I could join in with them. That's piggybacking off of something to do because it's enjoyable, it's with friends, whatever. But even that, I'm just like, yeah. I don't know. Fable in November. I want to find out if it's coming out to PS5 on launch as well, or if it's just going to be Xbox PC. Which is, November's not that far away.
That's when you know you're old.
Yeah.
Because that's over 6 months, dude.
Yeah, I'll blink and it'll be there, essentially.
Yep.
At least it'll feel like that then.
Because that's the next novella, the James S.A. Corey novella, was like, damn, that's not till December. Well, I guess that's not that long. Meanwhile, it's fucking 8 months. Like an entire school year. You imagine fucking being 13 and going, oh, it's just the entire school year. It's not that long.
I remember summer break truly feeling like half a year, but the older I got, like the shorter it got. And I
Yep.
was like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, I have been just picking up music theory videos lately, just trying to get a grasp on
Thuzik Miri.
terminology and stuff. Circle of fourths.
Is it not the circle of fifths?
I was debating that in my head before I said it. Pretty sure it's the circle of fifths, but then I thought if I was pretty sure that I'm probably wrong.
It'd be like the fifth. The octave. Root fifth octave. It's a power chord.
I just want to be able to see that somebody says, oh, rockabilly is E major chord, A major chord, and B seventh. And I want to understand that fast. So that's my personal goal. And that drives me enough to be able to.
Once you start getting to like all the weird augmentations on chords and shit, you start to lose me.
Yeah.
When it's like a flat fifth, suspended seventh, what are you talking about?
I think maybe I'd be happy with just knowing on my first 5 frets what note I'm pressing, just to have that, because I know like C, but and then I know this is F sharp because Tom Morello made a joke about that one time. So and open notes, all that. But
Sharp.
I know bitch elephants have no sharps, so
Yep.
yeah, all the ways I've learned shit were these unorthodox, memey fucking ways.
Sharp. 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 That's
Sharp,
wrong because
C
yeah,
sharp,
C sharp,
sharp.
D sharp, E, which is here. F sharp, G.
Yep.
Sharp A. Already did the A. Up to A, B sharp, C sharp.
No B sharp.
Yeah, B, C sharp, D. 'Cause that's a D. Sharp, E, F sharp,
G.
except it's F sharp because it's G flat. Yeah, G sharp.
That F sharp is pretty cool. On the high string, I was fucking around a bit with the baritone guitar at home, and I was like, there's some creepy shit that can be written with this. Cleared out the whole side of my desk so I could place my line 6 up there. Fuck with shit.
I need to update mine. I don't know what version they're up to now.
I was looking for that cable a little bit yesterday, and then I stopped looking for the cable and continued noodling. I want an upright bass, man. But I don't know what I want to do about that.
Three 3.8. I think I'm on 3.1. I'm on 3.6. I'm on 3.6, so I'm not that far behind. So if you hit the hamburger menu next to the save button, and then global settings all the way on the right, and then it should say at the top right.
3.7.
So you're a little newer than me.
3.71? They got any videos out there about cracking this thing open and fixing that wah?
I don't think so.
Mostly just people sending them back.
Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah, so 3.71, which is what you have, came out in 2023. As did 3.6. 3.6 was in March. So I haven't updated mine since March of 2023. Because 3.7 came out in April. This 3.8 was in May of 2024, so it's still been over a year since that. So new amps in 3.8. You got the US Super Normal based on the Fender Super Reverb normal channel. And the US Super Vib based on the Fender Super Reverb vibrato channel. The German Extra Red based on the Bogner Ecstasy 101B red channel. The German Extra Blue based on the Bogner Ecstasy 101B blue channel. The PV Panama Blue based on the EVH 5153 blue channel. So, ooh, new PV Panamas. I'd be interested in that, actually. And then the PV Panama Red based on the 5153 red channel. And then some new cabs. There's a 4x10 Fender Super Reverb cab. The 4x12 Cartog, which is captured from Ben Adrian's Cartographer cabinet, modified by Lee Jackson, 4x12 with Eminence Governor speakers. And then this is the same thing, but with Mesa speakers. It's just, I don't know who Ben Adrian is.
Sounds like a fucking name for sure. Lee Jackson, that sounds like a name I know, but I know that's just, Lee Jackson is the guy who wrote all the Duke Nukem songs. Pretty sure. It's either him or Bobby Prince.
Guess he's just some audio guy that seems to do a lot of Helix stuff, and they just fucking modeled literally his cabinets and then put them in there. And then a Soldano SLO 4x12 cabinet. New effects. Teardrop bass cue based on the Dunlop 105Q bass wah.
Cool.
And that's it. That's all the new stuff.
That would be something cool to do in a new song written, is utilize bass wah, because it's done in a lot of metal, and it always sounds, you put a little distortion, you know, wow, wow. It sounds good.
So I always think of fucking Drowning Pool when I think of wah.
Oh, God. What the most incredible godlike use of wah ever conceived on an entire album. Like, damn. Sinners, right, is the name of the album with all the fucking...
It's the one with bodies on it.
Yep. It's the one with the entire Cooler movie on it. Like, Bodies, Reminded, damn. Yeah, I love that album. Wow. I mean, a lot of people love that album. It's just a well-loved album. Bodies plays on the radio all the fucking time, and I'm never that tired of it.
I can only count to 4.
They got distorted wah usage, clean wah usage. Like, dude, the rest of that album, man, fucking amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of wah in that.
Mm-hmm. A wad of it.
A wad of wah. There's a wad of wah.
And it's not like the wah that you and I know, like the Metallica wah is offensive and overbearing. The
or like
Slayer
some
wah.
Zakk Wylde wah.
Zakk Wylde wah's in your fucking face as well. Slayer, too much. Jimi Hendrix, is
Honestly, like in most of my early time playing guitar, I didn't even make the connection that that was wah
Yeah.
on bodies. Like I just didn't even think about it until I saw Psycho Stick play I Can Only Count to 4 and what's his name? Jimmy James? Josh. I had the J right. Josh he fucking had his wah, and that's like the one song he used a wah on.
I mean, for the guitar player side, it's cool because it looks cool to perform on stage. You got the Damon stance, and you got your foot up there. Everyone can see. Primus's guitar player had a song where he had to activate 2 different wahs at the same time, and he said "fuck that" and worked a way to not have to do that. Because he'd have to stand on both wah pedals and click them in. He's like, "What am I fucking doing?"
You just put some kind of linkage between them or something.
Yeah.
Hook them together with like a third pedal that has like a bar on it, and you stand on the middle pedal.
Dude, how exhausting it is to be an analog pedal fan. Like, no, you don't understand. I need the big muff that was made in '95 when the factory suffered from an explosion.
It's got to be true bypass. Yeah. And if there's a buffer in it, it's got to be a handcrafted buffer made by this one guy over here who uses hand-selected components, only Japanese capacitors. It's like, dude, I got a Helix. It digitally emulates all those components and sounds just fine.
I mean, I get it. It was cool. At one point, that's all there was. And so, yeah, a guy like Yngwie Malmsteen might have held on to this one pedal his whole life that he bought from some little shop somewhere. And it's like, yeah, that's the only way I can get my sound. So I can't lose this fucking pedal. I can't spill a beer on it.
Except that now that pedal could be modeled down to the component level, and it could be indistinguishable. Because like that's what a lot of the Helix stuff is they go in and go, this is the schematic for the amplifier. Here are the components that are on that, and then we fucking send the sound through. Does it sound good? Oh, all right, let's tweak this capacitor value a little bit, because you got tolerance levels on every component, which is why all your analog stuff, they're not going to sound exactly the same, because maybe this one's got slightly spicier capacitors or whatever. Anyway, so they can model all that stuff and tweak all those individual values until they get the exact sound they want. So they could just open up Yngwie's pedal and go, okay, this is the schematic that's in there, and then they put all those components on the board, and then they tweak all the values till they get exactly what it should sound like. And then literally, if you turn this knob in the virtual pedal, it will sound exactly like turning that knob on the real pedal.
Yes.
And it'll be indistinguishable to 99.5% listeners.
You know what? Technology probably won't advance too much. It already has significantly, but the amount of work that you have to put in to do it is a pain. Drum sampling. Sitting down with Mario and getting every sound, like, can you hit it this hard? Now this hard. Now this hard.
Okay, now hit it in this area of
Yep.
the drum and do all those velocities, and then hit it in this area of the drum and do all those velocities. Okay, now do a rim shot and do all those velocities on every drum.
That is some blue collar engineering work from the musician as well as everybody else. Oh, that's got to be nuts. I'd be more suited of hauling amps on and off stage, just picking up heavy things.
I think that would be kind of fun to build a sample pack like that. I mean, same thing for Nick Shin's bass. Every single note across the whole fretboard in multiple tunings.
Yep, with your thumb, with your fingers, with the pick.
And alternate picking versions of each note, so you have like one finger and then the other as well.
Just kind of nuts because it feels like that doesn't exist for guitar players. I don't hear about the so and so sample pack as much as I do. Here's all the pedals and what they use and what they sound like, and now you sound like it.
Yeah, because I mean, that's going to feed into the bass player stereotype of them being dumb and bad at their instrument. Like, I see a lot of the advertisements for these bass plugins and stuff is like, oh, he's over there practicing, but he doesn't know we're just going to replace all his parts with MIDI anyway. Buy the Submission Audio MIDI bass pack. And it's like, that's kind of shitty and insulting. It's one thing to buy the MIDI bass pack for demoing, or if you don't have a bass player at all, but to just go, ha ha ha, we're going to completely replace our bass player in all of our recordings. It's so funny because our bass player is dumb and bad at his instrument. It's like, well, then why is he in your band? But everybody wants to play guitar, so there's not as much, like, nobody wants the Eddie Van Halen guitar plugin. They want to be Eddie Van Halen.
Yes. I feel like these bass sample packs used in electronica music is like gonna be the best thing ever. Like, to just be able to, like, any techno, whatever, with Nick Shin's bass samples on top of that would be one of my favorite things ever. Like, it would just sound great because I'm drawn to
So you're
that.
telling me I should work on some EDM using the Nick Shin samples?
Quite possibly.
The Nick Shin samples and the Mario DePlanter drums on EDM.
Yeah. No, it would be, at least to me, attractive because that's a lot of like the Matrix kind of OST stuff I listen to. The better stuff is the stuff with like a fucking slap bass on it or something. And so it's good shit. But
Like, I would assume I would have to have like some kind of traditional electronic sub bass going on to give me my and stuff like that, and then have my slap bass be almost more of a lead line.
dubstep ain't big anymore, but the Nick Shin sound on dubstep would be incredible. Dubstep's probably still pretty big. I don't know.
I am not the authority on electronic music to any extent.
But I have mad respect for electronic music because it still takes, skill, talent. It's just the door of accessibility is a lot.
What I find really interesting about electronic music is that there's so many different ways to do it. Like,
So much of it.
you can be a modular synth guy that's just like tweaking parameters and letting it run, and you never play the same song twice, and you're just kind of vibing and jamming and doing your thing. You can be an ambient guy like Josh, which I guess kind of also plays into your modular synth guys a little bit because you're doing a lot of that similar stuff. You could be playing on a keyboard. You could be doing samples. You could be looping. You could have vocals. You could not have vocals. You could have vocals that are just samples. There's just a lot of your stuff can be like pre-recorded and you're just like mixing between tracks on like a DJ deck, or you could have a full band up there performing each part individually. Like, there's just so much variety in electronic music that is really interesting.
And all you really need is just access to a computer, and you've got the tools to get started, which is a wonderful thing. People can snub their nose at that and be like, no, I had to go out and I had to mow 45 lawns to get my first act guitar that I bled on.
So, I mean, it can both be a good and bad thing, because you have so many people that are like have access to this that wouldn't before, that are capable of doing some real cool shit. I mean, we do some all right stuff, and it's nice that we're able to do everything ourselves. But then you also get the people on the subreddit going, I just downloaded Reaper and I really want to make music, but it's so hard and I just don't understand how to get started. How do you
Oh,
guys make
shit.
music? I don't play any instruments, but I want to make this music. And it's just like, yeah, you got to put in a little bit of effort. The instrument part is the part you still have to work on. The music part, like that part, you still need to do. Like the technology side is improved and is nearly a solved problem. Like Ryan just got his new recording interface and microphone, and it was like, $200, and he can do studio quality vocal recordings in his own home at any time and just go. Like, he doesn't have to worry about anything. Sure, you could have a nicer microphone if you went to a real studio and you could be on like a $6,000 Sennheiser ribbon microphone or something crazy, but we're just screaming into it, so it kind of doesn't matter. But you still have to care about the music part and the fact that, like, just anybody can pick it up. You do get, this term is becoming quite overused, but a lot of slop.
Yes. Unfortunately, and also, I'm currently talking about all this without bringing AI into the factor yet, because I just realized.
Yeah, there's that too.
Because if that person who doesn't have any of that skill could just figure out the step sequencer, then Lord have mercy.
I mean, it still takes something. Like Step Sequencer takes a lot of the physical skill out of it, but you still have to figure out what notes sound good together, what a tempo is. Like some of that stuff's easy to figure out, and it is semi-intuitive, but you still got to put the most minimal amount of effort into it. If you can like figure out just a step sequencer and get a bunch of plugins and just go. Yeah, because like a lot of techno, who's working in 5/7 in fucking techno music? Nobody. I mean, I'm sure someone is. I can't say nobody. Surely somebody is, but the stuff most people are trying to get into and make is the popular shit, which is going to be 4/4, whatever. My frame rate is too low on Facebook.
But then electronica also bleeds over. Well, much like rock and all other forms of music, once it bleeds over into the hardware side of things, it's a whole different thing. You know about that, of course.
Yeah, and going back to the AI thing while we're talking plugins and stuff like that, there are legitimately interesting uses for AI in music. I know a lot of people aren't going to like that I said that, but it's true. But there are plugins, I don't even remember what it's called, but there's the synth plugin that uses AI to analyze like an audio sample and then create a synth preset for you.
100%.
So like if I wanted to use a similar synth to the one at the beginning of More Human Than Human, instead of spending hours turning knobs and not really knowing what I'm doing there, I could have just taken More Human Than Human and snipped out a single beat of the synth and dropped it in there, and then it would have given me a couple different options, and I could click through them really quick, find the synth that I liked, and then, punch in my MIDI notes and move on with my life. I'm still writing the music. I'm still creating the music. All it's doing is going, oh, here's an instrument that you can use.
You're using it as a librarian.
Yes. Or similar tasks to that. I don't have a lot of other good examples for music because it's still new. But yes, it's a manager of tasks. Steam was just talking about how they use an AI agent for their real human support agents. They're the ones interacting with the AI. So their AI agent goes out and looks at your account and then gives a summary to the agent that's working with you. And that will make your call go faster and easier because then they know what games you have in your library. They know how many games you have. They know how long you've played them. They know all these details. So if you're looking to get a refund on a specific game, the AI assistant looks at it and goes, oh, they have that game. They've played 43 hours of it. Our return policy says only 2 hours, and then just gives that information to the real human. And then the real human makes the decision on what to do, whether they go, you've played 42 hours, you fucking idiot, you can't refund this. Or they go, oh, you've played 42 hours, but they recently did a new update that completely changes the game and breaks the contract that you made when originally purchasing the game. So here's a refund.
Yeah.
They're not letting the AI make that decision. A human's still making the final decision. The AI is just giving them data in a more quick manner. Like Cody said, it's being a librarian. It's organizing and doing stuff. And that's what I've used AI for a lot, that I think is good uses in my personal life. Like I've written a couple scripts for organizing all my totally legal Linux ISOs on my Plex server. For like if I wanted to organize by like series, it could go through and go, oh, these are not Disney titles, and all of these are not DreamWorks titles or whatever, and just grab them all and put them in a folder together and then put them in the right place. And no, the AI is not doing that. The AI is helping me write a script that lets me do that. But that writing the script is like, what am I going to do? Go to Stack Overflow and ask for someone to help me with a script that I don't know anything about, and then all they're going to do is criticize me and tell me to go fucking read something and figure it out on my own? Because they're not going to fucking help me, because nobody on the internet wants to help you anymore. So with tasks like that, AI is the better option, in my opinion.
I haven't used much of any sort of AI at all, but I've always envisioned that if I was sitting down, which already just trying to get to this point of doing a task for me, I got to work on, but to sit down and learn something, and while learning something, able to ask.
Yeah.
questions.
So like, when I was working on my e-reader project, like when I'm thinking about hardware stuff, like if I wanted to take the batteries out of my vapes, and so they're both 750 milliamp batteries, and I know that if I run 2 of those in series, that gives me double the voltage at the same milliamp rating. But if I run them parallel, I keep the same voltage, double my battery life. I know this. I'm aware of this. But I can ask it, hey, is this a totally stupid and unsafe thing to do, to wire 2 LiPo packs in parallel with each other? Like, is this charging circuit going to cause issues? Are we going to have to be worried about like the amperage that's going to be fed in there? And it can tell me, hey, so this isn't really a bad idea, but what you need to do is make sure that you charge your batteries up and make sure that everything's balanced before you hook them together. Otherwise, they'll quickly try and discharge from the higher charged battery into the lower charged battery. And then when you're hooking it into this board, it's charging at this speed. And you need to be careful of that, because if your batteries are only 750 milliamps, then they're only rated for approximately that much in current. So if you're charging at 5 amps, you're going to blow up your 750 milliamp battery because you're just pushing too much current in at once, and it just can't handle that. So like you can just ask it quick questions about stuff like that, that maybe like I know enough to know what I'm doing, but maybe have like some small questions, and it can go out and look at data sheets and read schematics and figure that stuff out and give me information. And if I go, I don't know if I trust that, what's your source for that? It can then give me a link, and I can go analyze the schematic myself if I want to. But it's nice for that kind of shit.
That's a good second guessing tool.
Yeah, and it's so much faster and better than going to like Reddit or whatever. Like if I had to go to Reddit to ask a question, then half the responses are going to be, why would you want to do that? And then one of the responses is, that's a dumb idea. And then somebody's looking at the background of the picture that's in my thing and goes, free toes in this economy. And it's just like, just answer the fucking question, please. But everybody's got to be a fucking comedian. And then they're like, oh, you don't know how to do that? You shouldn't be touching this stuff at all. You don't know this super basic, obvious thing. You're not allowed to touch a piece of electronics for the rest of your life because I'm better than you. And It's like, no, I just wanted to double check something. And then you assumed all of this and made me into some villain in your head because it's on the internet and all you can see is some text and you don't know fucking anything about me, actually.
Yes. No, people got to post about everything else aside from the point.
Yep. And sure, there are some communities that are helpful, and there are some places that you can actually get help from, but the vast majority of places are very gatekeepy. And so any kind of knowledge like that you deal with a lot of gatekeepy communities, just skip it. Just ask an AI. Like,
Some of them good communities end up turning into the gatekeepy communities. It's a very slippery slope. Especially when it comes to just like entertainment and media and things that.
I mean, even the Reaper subreddit can be tough sometimes. Because you get the posts like that where it's like, I'm 13 and I don't know how to play any instruments, but I downloaded Reaper and I want to make music, but this is hard. I don't understand it. How do you do this? Please help. Thanks. Oh, by the way, English isn't my first language. And it's like, what do you even do with this?
Yes.
So then it makes it hard to be genuine when there are genuine questions because of the amount of other bullshit that's in there. There are some genuinely helpful people in the Reaper
There's people
subreddit.
who really get off on being genuine. Like, I'm ready to sit down and make a post.
There are a couple users in the Reaper subreddit that are like super knowledgeable and know every fucking single setting in that thing.
Yep.
And will sit down and give you super detailed, helpful instructions. Other people will link you to a PDF of the 1,200-page Reaper manual and go, it's in the manual, figure it out. And it's like, it's not helpful. I could have Googled Reaper manual and done that if I wanted, but I don't want to search through 1,000+ pages of this manual to find one tiny little setting that changes one little thing when I can just ask and you could tell me and then I know it. And AI is great for that kind of shit because it can read all 1,200 pages of that Reaper manual and tell you exactly what you're asking about. It's good to double check what it tells you.
Yes.
And, you know, not let it help with critical tasks that are going to like nuke something important. Like I would not allow Reaper to organize all of my Reaper folders for the current Undecided album I'm working on. No, thank you. Stay the fuck out of that shit.
Yes.
I do not trust you that much. But my media server full of very replaceable files that aren't that important to me, have at it. You know, save me some time on bullshit I don't care about. That's the difference.
Yes. So I need to fucks with it a bit. I wish it had been around.
So I'm using Claude.
Claude.
And stuff with my like Plex server and Linux because of the Linux community. Ugh.
That's yeah.
No thanks. I'll ask Claude.
Yeah, Woo. The creator of Linux is a fucking asshole. So
Oh, Linus Torvald.
I mean, he's a good asshole in some points, but he's definitely one of them guys who's calling you an idiot if you're not getting something like the way he wants you to get it.
Yeah, so any Linux tasks, like when I'm messing with stuff for my server, like when I got my new battery backup, which works, by the way. Had a power outage yesterday and it did everything properly, but when I was trying to set it up, my battery backup has a USB port on it,
Yeah.
so it can communicate with the computer. So if you have a computer plugged into it, the computer can read how much battery is in your battery backup. So when your power goes out, you can tell it, hey, when the battery drops below this level, do a safe shutdown. So everything shuts down safely. All my hard drives shut down safely. I don't have to do a bunch of recovery bullshit when my power comes back. Because before, when my power would go out and my server would go down, I'd have to take all my fucking hard drives and unplug them from my server, plug them into my PC, and then use the Windows disk repair utility to repair them and then plug them back in because my server's Linux and they don't really have any. I'm sure they do. Don't fucking come at me, Linux community. They don't have an easily accessible. I'm sure it's easy to use since you just use the terminal, but it's not to me. Way to just analyze and repair hard drives. Like if I plug the hard drive in, it goes, I can't talk to this. Sorry. And so I got to take it, plug it into my computer, repair it, then plug it back into my server. Then my server's back up and
You
running.
got like 8 fucking hard drives.
7, but yeah. And so I had to plug it in and get the script in there so that it reads the battery, and then once the battery gets below like 25%, it safely shuts down my computer, which shuts down all of my spinning drives, which then lets everything be safe. And then when my power comes back, I manually turn it back on, and then my server's back up and running. And we had a power outage yesterday, and it all worked. I wasn't here when it happened, so I just came home and everything was off, but I turned it on, and all my hard drives immediately connected, and my server booted right back up and started going, and it was all pretty cool.
Very nice.
And AI helped me do that. So,
Fuck, I wish it had been there when we were struggling with fucking Borderlands 20 years ago.
yeah, you
AI
just go,
would've
hey, I'm
been-
trying to play this on this.
It's not a
with
legit
this.
copy.
This is the problem. Help.
It would have been like, yo, download Hamachi, back when it's a safe product to use, and connect this way.
Hamachi. I got one of those. Big fan. Oh, wait.
Hibachi.
Hitachi.
Oh, Hitachi. No, virtual networking program. Completely unsafe to use now. Do not use. It's like, what other program do we used to use with like Minecraft to connect to each other? It's also completely unsafe to use now. Can't remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the one that was like for enabling online shit through Minecraft. And I definitely did not understand at all what I was doing when I was like punching in IP addresses and port numbers and shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't fucking know what any of this shit means. I do now. Didn't then. It's nice that all that stuff's easier now, though.
Yes. I don't really experience too many like PC issues I gotta solve. Sometimes it's, hey, this old game I want to play.
Yeah, I always see these fuckers going, "Oh, you gotta use a Mac if you're doing media. If you're a multimedia creator, you gotta use a Mac because you want your computer to just turn on and work when you're trying to use it. You don't want to be troubleshooting all the time and fighting your computer constantly." What are you people doing? What have you done to your computer that you're fighting and troubleshooting constantly? If you use your computer for recording software, it should just turn on and work because it's a PC in the year of our Lord 2026. Like, shit just works. The majority of computers in the world are PCs, and it wouldn't be that way if they didn't work. Like, what is this Apple propaganda that people think PCs can't do creative tasks? Still, in the year of our Lord 2026, they're all like, I'm too dumb to figure out computer, so I let Apple think computer for me. What are you talking about?
Pay the premium. You're still dealing with problems because Apple wants to put out another update that's called another stupid name, Mountain Lion, Snow Leopard. That happens every 6 months and then kind of fucks up your shit for the most part. And you got to get readjusted to the new way they want you to utilize.
But it
their
just
computer.
works, Cody. Yeah,
It
exactly.
works for about a year, and then you got to buy the next one. Maybe not true with the PCs. A lot of my Mac stuff was refurbished, and as much as I enjoy messing around in the Mac environment, I've got no use for it in my daily at all.
Yeah, unless you're doing stupid shit and fucking your computer up, like, it should just work for most tasks. Yeah, Windows does some stupid shit every now and then that causes a hiccup occasionally, but no more often than Apple does with Mac.
I got my unhealthy interest in like the entire Mac and Apple history and what they do on their side of the computing world. I have my interest in it, of course, but the only, from afar, like if you were I don't know what to call them, an actual Mac user, like, basic, their computer code structure runs on the same code it has since 1985. So for someone to be, which you're essentially the Apple version of a Linux fan, so you're that kind of person, I could see how it would work really well for you. But they're obviously catering to the consumer first, the consumer with money and the need for convenience and all this propaganda that it is convenient, interconnectivity's fine.
It was like the old Apple computers where I'm a PC and he's all straight laced in a suit.
God, I
and
love
I'm
those.
an Apple and it's fucking Justin Long.
The Apple, their demographic.
I think it all stems from that ad campaign.
It's the college kids' first PC for the most
It's
part.
funny, we're watching For All Mankind, and that's an Apple TV Plus show,
Yep.
and they're into the 2010s or it's like 2012 now in the series universe. And one of the guys is on Mars, and he started working for this company, and all the fucking computers are Macs. They're all fucking iMacs, that fucking all-in-one style desktop, and then everybody's got this big old thick chunky iPhone that is an iPhone that never actually existed in our universe.
The history of it all, I enjoy. I'm not a user of it because it doesn't work in my, I don't know, day to day.
I don't want Apple to think for me.
Yeah. It's a college kids. It's the first thing they're going to get, and that's why.
Or grandmas.
Yes.
Anybody who like struggles a bit with technology, I say just get an Apple. If you don't want to think for yourself, if you want to let the thing do all the thinking, get an Apple. But if you want to think about like what your settings are doing or anything like that for yourself, nah, stay out of that shit.
The iPhone,
which more and more is becoming less of a thing, because now Android's gonna start like not allowing side loading, and there's some bullshit about how like to side load an app you have to like attempt to do it and then have a 24-hour waiting period before you can fucking install software on your own goddamn device. What are you talking about? The fuck out of here with that shit app. Google.
Come on, Valve, make a phone.
Yeah, like that's the kind of shit that will lose Android market share and cause like another competitor to spring up.
Yeah, the market was exploded like with Blackberries and all these different OSs at the time. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, Android's just the one that won out.
Yep. It's the DVD. Or what DVD was. Still feel like Blu-ray didn't hit like DVD did. I mean, it's still out there and people but yeah, streaming just destroyed.
But I mean, it only had the one competitor of HD DVD, which was barely a competitor. And then it just kind of became the de facto thing. And then so many people, like it came along with the transition to 4K, which so many people, like we're at the level already with 1080p that it's just like most people are fine with that. A lot of people are fine with 720p.
Yep.
1080p is it's dandy.
Nice.
Most 1080p content, I can't complain. I'm not that kind of snob that's going to be like, oh, it's all got to be 4K HDR, lossless bullshit. Nah, there ain't one fucking 4K file on my Plex server of legally owned Linux ISOs. They're just... Then the transition to 4K, people were like, why? Because 4K came out in like 2016 and
Yeah.
still doesn't have that wide adoption. Like, there's still so many households in the United States, at least, that still just have a basic ass 1080p TV on the wall, and they don't give a shit. They're perfectly fine with it. 65-inch 1080p living 75-inch 1080p TV in my living room is fine. We sit far enough away from the thing, I wouldn't even be able to tell the difference between 1080p and 4K. It's like 8 feet from me. I'm not seeing a screen door effect. What do I give a shit? You know, actually, it's a 65, not a 75. And it's even more of a reason that it doesn't matter.
Yep.
You know, if it was an 85-inch TV that I'm sitting 3 feet from, first of all, that's stupid because you're doing this through whatever media you're trying to consume because you can't see the whole screen at once. But maybe at that point you need 4K or better to get past the screen door effect. But, like, you just don't. And then Blu-ray came with that. And so many people were like, okay, so this is just like a more expensive DVD and DVD player. I don't really need that. I've got a DVD player and everything looks fine on that. You know, even though like early Blu-rays were 1080 and your DVDs you're capping out at like 720p. So you're not actually getting full 1080 HD. Most people were still fine with the 720p that you're getting on your DVD, to the point that like a lot of people are still fine with it. You know, I still feel like the adoption rate for Blu-ray and 4K are relatively low compared to that switch from tube TVs to widescreen 1080p and from VHS to DVD. Like, it just took over and that was it. HD DVD.
Talk about a useless gaming accessory that I would pick up from a garage sale if I saw is the Xbox 360 HD DVD player. Dude, Sony like hit it out of the park with utilizing whatever current media is available or upcoming as part of their base video game systems. The amount of people who just had a PS2 as their DVD player is insane. And a PS3 as their first Blu-ray player. Blu-ray players kind of fucking suck. They always have like an overblown menu. The input delay was always insane for the time. So yeah, bumping up your PlayStation to play your media is absolutely the option. Oh, except for on PS3, you had to download different codecs from time to time. And I think on PlayStation 4, I had to purchase a specific codec at one point. That could have been Xbox.
I had to buy a codec on my computer.
That's the one I had to do. Yep.
I had to buy HEVC.
For no reason.
We're just so far past this conversation, but I'm still trying to find. Oh, here we go. This might be on it.
Was there any competitor to DVD, or was it just DVD that inevitably came out?
I'm sorry, what?
There wasn't any competitor to DVD, was there? 'Cause it just kind of seems like it went from VHS to DVD, which was just the offshoot of CD.
There was Laserdisc kind of in between in there somewhere. That I think was kind of the one closest thing to a competitor, but it was kind of blown out of the water
It's a
in
fucking
every way.
33-inch disc.
Man, there's a lot of these. I'm just hoping I remember what it was when I see the name. But there's a specific Red vs. Blue PSA. About the HD DVD versus Blu-ray.
Was there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds pretty awesome.
Hi, I'm Sarge from the popular web series Red vs. Blue.
And I'm one of the other guys.
As futuristic warriors and tech enthusiasts, we're often faced with the challenge of deciding whether to upgrade our gizmos to the latest version.
So today we present a rare point-counterpoint version of Red vs. Blue. When should you upgrade your hardware?
You'll want to upgrade as soon as the newest version comes out. Natural selection tells us that the organism with the best tools always survives. Take the most dominant predator in history.
Are you talking about Tex?
I'm talking about velociraptors. Stealthy, cunning, and mean as all get out. For years, they dominated the Earth with their awesome hunting skills.
Frightening.
Indeed. Now imagine one of them with the latest smartphones equipped with Bluetooth technology.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculously unstoppable. Upgrading to the latest hardware as soon as possible gives you the edge you need to track and kill your enemies and turn their precious flesh into vital nutrients.
On the other hand, maybe you should consider waiting to upgrade. As you probably know, everyone here in the Halo universe is about to get a big armor upgrade.
Can't wait.
Yeah, me neither. But don't forget, during the Reach beta, Caboose upgraded his armor to the invisibility version, and now that the beta is over, he can't turn it off.
Hello. Nice to see everyone. I wish everyone could see me.
Oh, he's invisible. I kept hearing his voice. I thought I was just going crazy.
Sigh.
Don't worry, Caboose. Once the game comes out, I'm sure there will be a way to shut it off.
Oh, good. I need sleep.
Sleep? When that game comes out, I won't sleep for a week.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's just that he's having trouble sleeping because he can see through his eyelids now.
Oh. That's creepy.
Positive they'll fix it with a patch, though. Or something. Right, Caboose? Caboose, where'd you go?
I'm over here.
God damn it! We need to put a bell on you, man!
A plain old bell? No way. Get the latest bell. It has wireless speakers and 18 different bell tones. Plus, every time it rings, an angel gets an ebook reader.
No way, I'm not gonna upgrade his bell now. You know there's just gonna be a better version of one next year.
Oh, you're not upgrading?
Not me, man. No way.
Because I was gonna tell you that they make that chat pad for your controller in black now.
Well, I need to have that.
Sure you do, buddy.
Really, it's a necessity.
That wasn't the one, but it was
If
Relevant.
you say so.
yeah. And I just don't know if it was after that or before that.
You know what format did not work well with movies? Was cartridges. And like Game Boy Advance cartridges. Video Now cartridges.
Fucking Game Boy Advance video
Yep.
now.
I got a few.
I had a SpongeBob one.
I think I got Fairly Odd Parents and a Jimmy Neutron.
I have the Bubble Stand episode of SpongeBob, and
Very
that is
nice.
it.
Video Now came out, and the first one was like black and white. So you could watch all your favorite cartoon episodes in black and white with, like, I don't believe a backlight. And then the second one came out in color. But this is already like 2006, so this technology should just be in color with a backlight. Portable DVD players for long trips. I never was a kid who had one of the screens for my video game console.
Nope, I always wanted one though, because we would do occasional road trip stuff, and I would always thought that was cool, but I never had it. I always wanted the back of the headrest screen, so that you could put it in your car and you could play your games. Your little 5-inch screen on the back of your headrest for you to play your 240p N64 on.
You had that in your previous Jeep, but it was a much higher quality screen.
Yeah.
And without the actual N64. Well, the Game Boy worked while Sun was out.
Here it is. See if it's as funny as I
Hey
remember.
everybody, I'm Private Griff from the popular web series Red vs. Blue.
Hi,
And
Jeff.
I'm Private Simmons. You know, these days our world is faced with an ever-growing crisis. What to do with the enormous mountains of totally crappy gadgets we throw away as soon as the better ones come out?
Yeah, and about 3 weeks after you buy the most kick-ass camera or cell phone on the market, you realize that you're already hopelessly out of date. And then you have to upgrade again.
Someone help me. I lost my gas-powered internet-enabled blow dryer. I have a lot of moistness that I need to dismoisten. And also, I need to do it while I am web paging about moistness.
Technology is moving so fast these days that no one can really keep up with it, and only a very small number of people even want to.
Nerds.
So, instead of rushing out to buy a bunch of new technology you aren't smart enough to use, try following these easy steps to simplify your life.
Step 1. Don't buy things that you can't use. Sure, a combination blender electric toilet sounds convenient now. What the hell?
What the hell's wrong with our on-screen text generator? I just upgraded this thing.
Well, that's just great. Now our instructions look like a bunch of bad tattoos.
Coveted alien
Once again, you boneheads have screwed up everything. Son, did you
K7NPXGJWB
just
get
on a pair of
banned.
robot vacuums? Don't be ridiculous, Simmons. These are robot vacuum smartphones. You see, the answer to today's overabundance of technology isn't fewer useless gadgets. It's more useless features and fewer usable gadgets. What? And of course it plays MP3s. Everything's gotta play MP3s, except your MP3 player. It now plays MP4s, because everybody knows MP3s are a dead technology. There are generations Betamax, and the next generation's Blu-ray.
What? Blu-ray just came out. It can't be obsolete already.
Nonsense, numbnuts. Being released to the public is what makes technology obsolete. The only way to stay ahead of the curve is to invest in products that don't exist, and hopefully never will. Like the iPlunger, or the Nintendo Nut. Or the Simmons 2.5 upgrade. Come on, that's just vaporware and you know it. Anyway, everybody knows this year's Blu-ray is gonna be Red Ray.
Well, what about HD DVD?
Bad marketing. Not enough repeated letters in the name to be catchy. So it's being replaced with HHGDVBDBBs. But Sarge, wouldn't life just be easier if we didn't have these format wars? Of course not, moron. War is always a good thing.
But what about all the confusing multiple standards?
Griff, you know I'm a firm believer in double standards, especially if they cause you pain and suffering.
Ta-da!
Whoa, Church! Did you just teleport here from Blue Base?
Actually, I just came back from the future. I got this new wristwatch. It's got a pedometer and a built-in time machine. Oh, it also plays MP3s. But in the future, we don't call them MP3s. We call them MP48s.
Sweet.
Yeah, you can also play MP48s on your HHDVDBDBD player.
Darn, I stole my idea. Jesus!
Ah, What's that noise?
It's my cell phone. Yoda must have borrowed it. He's always overclocking the vibrate setting and calling himself for some reason.
Gross.
Hello? Caboose? Who gave you this number?
I would just like everyone to know I found my nuclear-powered SMS messaging bowling ball, and I'm going to activate it now if anyone wants to text me while I play.
Hey, I told you already. Those ain't finger holes. Look, I think Andy's resting on one of those laptops with the exploding batteries.
Uh-oh.
That was from season 5 of Red versus Blue. This was posted 11 years ago. That hurts. But I actually think season 5 is older than that.
It was posted 11 years ago.
Yeah.
It had to come out before that. 11 years ago was 2015.
Oh, I just turned to dust.
Yeah.
Red vs. Blue is the 5th full season of Red vs. Blue. It began airing on September 30th, 2006.
Yep. That sounds about right. That's 20. Oh. Yeah, I heard that crack.
Oh, fuck.
Something in your life, in our lives, is now 20 years old.
This was like the hip new cool thing. And now it's
been afraid of
now
changing.
now we're unks for it.
Yep. 100%.
Oh, so we've been going for almost 3 hours and haven't played any music. Yeah.
I don't got any like new crap songs. Not crap songs, but recognizable.
Yeah, Rooster Teeth launched in 2003, so they ripped through the first 5 seasons in 3 years. That's crazy. I think when I started watching season 3 was airing, and season 2 had just come out on DVD.
I wanna.
That is, what is that fucking song called? Blood Gulch Blues by Trocadero. You've just gotten further from it the more you play.
Saying C or F?
No, it's what is that? That's an A major, A minor. I'm not in the right tuning for this. I was just. Ba-dum, blum, blum.
I still get kind of motivated by stuff like that. Shit that, you like personally might not be like the most popular thing. Learning like the theme song to that, like the Regulation podcast theme.
I don't have a theme.
But didn't you do?
I mean, I wrote one.
Yeah.
They never picked a theme. They still don't have a theme.
All right, but it was still a contest, right?
No, they just kind of said, "Hey, maybe one of the audience members will write a theme that we like," and so I wrote a theme, and they didn't like it, and so because on this channel. Yeah. So there's that. And then if I do that, and then that. So the episodes used to start.
Summer is a time for excitement, so go ahead and switch things.
And then the Rooster Teeth hook.
Oh yeah,
This is their old theme.
you covered that, right? Huh.
Hello and welcome to episode 50.
So that's that theme. And then I did. Which, I mean, it's pretty sick.
It's pretty fucking sick. I remember it being sick. So it sounds like that Doom Eternal
Hello
shit.
and welcome to
And then they
another
just-
episode of the
that's just
Regulation
how they
Podcast.
start
My name is
them
Jeff
now.
Ramsey. With me,
No
as
theme or
always, Andrew
anything,
Penton,
just
Gavin Free, Nick
immediately
Schwartz,
Jeff
Eric
talking,
Bador.
which is
This
better.
is Regulation 101, your entry-level freshman class into all things regulation.
But yeah, that's one that I wrote is pretty sick, actually.
Is that just written with Drop A?
Yeah.
The digital base or?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Shin's base.
So if that was in Fishman's, then that's definitely what I'm getting.
But yeah, that's this guitar, I believe.
Thought it might have been a baritone for a second.
Or something like that.
Or I guess that is a baritone.
Or something along those lines. And so basically what I did to write this was cover the original Regulation theme from memory without listening to it again.
Ah.
So if we go back...
to episode 58.
/face14.
So it's that versus... And then it goes...
Hello and welcome to episode 58. I think.
And we did get one comment that is, I'm into it, but maybe a tad long. Not sure what Regulation intro length would be.
Fair.
Well, my thoughts were that it would be the same as like their old one where this is the actual intro part, and then when the drums hit, when they start talking, and then they lower the volume. And this is where they would start doing their spiel. Their hello and welcome to the...
That'd be a hell of a stream opener.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Regulation Podcast.
That's what we should do. Here. We're gonna... Give me the bar. All the way back to the beginning. Regulation team, all the way back to the
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Regulation Podcast. My name is Jeff Ramsey. With me, as always, Andrew Penton, Gavin Free, Nick Schwartz, Eric Bador. This is Regulation 101, your entry-level freshman class into all things regulation. Look to your left, look to your right. Half of these students will not pass this class.
It worked.
I don't think I'm going to pass.
That's all I could think about when Eric said Regulation 101.
I got it.
I didn't even go to...
It actually worked pretty good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, call me Eric or email or whatever, or whoever's in charge of that. Maybe Andrew. I don't know who's making these deals. I know it's not Gavin. That's for sure. Or Nick. They just don't seem like they're the ones making business deals.
I got a nut update.
Nut.
I bought a.
Did you get some torsion?
I got a testicular torsion. I got a $6 set of tools, and they work out pretty well for making the slots. So I'm starting with the highest string.
Just some little files.
Yeah. And
What
so
are they triangle or are they round files? Probably round, right?
that's a set of like 14 of them. So there's some
Probably a couple
triangle,
triangles to like
round,
start it, and then rounds to make it round, obviously.
flat ones.
Flat ones won't be as useful for you for this, except for like shaping the outside of it, for like giving you your nice rounded outside bevel on the ends of it.
Yes.
But other than that, flats won't be super useful for that.
I also bought a cheap variety set of a bunch of sanding sponges of different grits. In total, I spent like $10 on the ordeal, which is cheaper.
Sanding stuff's pretty cheap.
It's going to be cheaper than the strings I'm going to buy.
Those files are not, they're not going to be super high quality, and they're not going to be like buy it for life files, but for doing your 1 or 2 or 10 nuts, you'll probably be fine, because most nut material's pretty soft. The Graphtec ones are infused with graphite, so it's self-lubricating while you're sanding it. So like you're not chewing your tool up too bad. So like for that kind of stuff, it's pretty good. If you're doing like serious woodworking, they probably wouldn't last you that long.
No.
Or if you're trying to do any kind of metal working with them, you'd probably chew through them pretty quick. Like if you're trying to do a fret job, you'd go through them a lot quicker, trying to sand off your fret nubs on the end and stuff.
I do need to get the information on how to turn that 6-string fretted into a fretless and then fill it in. Whether I want to fill it in.
Yeah, I've watched a couple videos on that. I could try and find them again and send them to you. You basically, the guy that I saw did it. He took a soldering iron and he made like a custom. He took a flat chisel tip and he kind of sanded a divot in it that is about the width of a fret, so that but a little less, so that it keeps on the fret. And then he used that to heat the fret, and then that kind of breaks down the glue and loosens it in the thing. And then you can grab onto it with some end cutters, which I've got, and kind of work it out. And then you just work it, get all of them out. And then after you do that, then you just got to go through and fill your slots with something. It can be a wood filler. It can be super glue and sawdust. It can be an epoxy resin. It can be whatever. But you just have to go back over and fill those slots in with something.
Epoxy resin would give me the ability to make it like white, like a fret marker.
Yeah, so that's what you would do with that. Is you would do some kind of color, like you could do a black or a white. If you wanted black, it could be subtle. Or you could use a wood filler that's a different color than your fretboard.
Yes.
So if it's a dark fretboard, you could get a really light wood-colored wood filler and fill them all in with that, and that might work a little better, because I think wood filler will probably have less expansion and contraction stuff, so it would probably change less with temperature changes than like a resin one would. I don't know enough about resin to know how that stuff behaves with temperature changes and humidity changes and all that. But yeah, you could get, I don't know, is it a rosewood neck or equivalent dark?
Yes, it is
dark fretboard. So yeah,
would...
you could get a light colored wood filler or something and fill it in. Then you would have some kind of fret marker right where the frets were, but it would be smooth. So then what you would have to do is get, I could probably 3D print it now, which would be sick. You need a sanding block that is the radius of your fretboard.
Okay.
So that once you fill it in, they're going to be a little bit high and probably bleed out a little bit. And then you'll go over it with a sander, and that'll take everything down to the same level again. And you'll probably clean it up a little bit with the sanding before you do your filler too, with like some really high grit, like 240 or higher, to clean everything up, do your filler, and then you'd work your way up through the grits to really even everything out. And all your existing fret markers should be deep enough that you'll just sand a little bit off the top. Then you'll want to go over the top of it with some kind of fretboard oil or something to seal it all up. But I mean, that's the basic process. It's pretty labor intensive and
nasty work.
tedious, but you have to be careful especially when you're removing the old frets, because I've got some in there, but I don't feel like getting them. The fret is like T-shaped, so you've got this, and then it's got another bit that comes down, but that bit that comes down and goes into the wood has like little barbs that stick out off it. So if you don't use a soldering iron and like heat it up and be real careful while you're doing it, you can tear out big chunks of wood, which then you'll have to repair. And by big chunks, I mean like little chunks, but in your fretboard, and they're going to be kind of ugly then, and you'll have to fix that when you fill everything else. And then if you're putting wood filler in and leveling it all out and you have chunks missing, your wood filler is going to kind of like go out where the chunk was, and fill in where that chunk of wood was missing. So if you're using a different color wood filler, it could get kind of ugly if you don't do a nice clean job taking them out. Is anybody going to be looking that close at it? Who knows? It's not going to affect the sound at all. It'll still function fine. It's just more of a cosmetic thing.
That unlocked a memory. In high school, Dylan had acquired a very crappy bass. So we were a couple interested in bass. Didn't have our hands on a fretless. So he took a butter knife and like a hammer and knocked all of his frets out.
Oh, like down?
Yeah.
Depends on how the neck was constructed. That is a method that you can do. If a guitar is like has binding on it, they will have open-ended slots, but something like this does not.
Yeah, this one does not.
You'll see on some of them that they'll have open-ended slots, and then you could do it on that one. But like ones like this was cut with probably like a CNC mill or something, and so then it comes out to the edge. So then when they're putting the new frets in, they nip that bit of the barb off so that it's sitting flat. So then they can sand it all down nice and smooth.
He left, we just left the holes in there, so it was fretless, but you could...
Which you can also do. You can just leave the holes and play it like that. It's just not as nice.
Imagine all the dust and shit and dead skin that's going to get up in there. Eventually create a little rubber stop. Ew. No.
Yep, it is gross and ugly. I mean, it's not inherently gross, but it will get gross.
And by doing it with that Ibanez, I should be able to replace the neck if anything goes wrong.
That's a good point. Like if you're using something that's just like a easy production model to get your hands on, it'll be easy to get a replacement neck for it.
I believe
relatively, especially for a 6-string bass.
Ibanez also makes a fretless 7-string, and I'm like, no, I'm good. It would be cool, but I'd have to get it from the random dude in Vietnam who I don't.
You gonna upgrade the electronics in that when you change it to a fretless too?
I believe the pickups.
What's in it?
EMGs, like.
Oh, right on.
It's pretty solid.
Are they the
pickups.
HZs? I think
it might be.
Which are like their lower end ones.
I should probably it does have like a stacked knob, so I should probably just maybe replace all the wiring and all of the inside, just to get it as clean as possible. And maybe a new jack, because it's sat around for like 25 years.
I mean, realistically, all that stuff's fine at best, or at worst, you spray some contact cleaner in there and revitalize them. A lot of times that shit's not worth, fucking with something that works. If you're not putting new pickups and stuff in there, there's no reason to change out the controls.
Pretty sure I've got the guitar projects down. Like, I just got to get the other 7-string nut done. I've got to get new pickups for the 4-string fretted, the Yamaha. Whether I decide to route out or whatever, haven't chosen. Turn the 6-string into a 6-string fretless. And then that ugly yellow Telecaster I got, I just need new hardware. New bridge, new knobs. make things difficult by finding myself a used Kaler tremolo for that 4-string bass.
That'd be kind of cool.
It'd be super, super cool. That means I could actually play Primus properly in instances, which aligns with my goals as a musician are very stupid. It's if I can play something that Primus is able to play, like, yeah, I need the whammy bar to be able to wiggle it while hammering on a couple notes for this one obscure song that's not popular at all. I also need the upright for Mr. Crinkle. Yeah. I want to learn Mr. Crinkle. I just not dropping 800 to 1500 yet on an upright bass, but I'll do it. Just would prefer to find a nice deal. But anything to be a little bit, to learn one more thing of a Primus. It's the sole reason I own that 6-string bass. Most of the rest of that song is just like that. Because he does the one up here at 15, and then he goes down to like 3 for it, or because we're in A, and then yeah.
Yeah, so I guess really that would be.
Right on with it.
Yeah. Apparently my ring finger is a bit weak. And my ring finger not as strong at doing the tapping because I don't use it as often.
I wish I could do some of that crazy 11-string technical death metal sweep, you know.
Well, I used to. The other one that I put in that same field as that is the Rob Scallon. It's not Rain. It's where he's like. Or whatever.
Yes.
I should relearn it because my biggest issue with that before was that I couldn't do the. Blip, blip.
Yo.
Something like that.
Yeah. In the town in the southernmost Sicily, and a family too proud to be poor. In the year that the fever took father away, they hastened for American shores. Yeah, Primus.
Don't know that one.
It's a good song lyrically. It's called American Life. It's the chorus is, for the boy we have American life.
Sailing the seas of cheese. Time for more copyright strike. It's giving me Southbound Pachyderm vibes.
A little more upbeat. Southbound Pachyderm is dope.
It's probably one of my favorite Prime songs.
Yep. This one, Southbound Pachyderm gets heavier. This one gets there faster, but not as heavy.
Forgot about that one.
The smoke from the flux is filling his lungs. He's earning minimum wage. So what he's doing on bass is kind of fun. It's really just that 3 there, and then he's just being a mess with it, kind of.
And the guitar guy's making noises.
Yes, he is. 100%. And you got to use all them buttons. It's not far off. You do it, please.
This is my heavy air quotes lead setting. It's got like reverb and shit on it.
That is definitely a Primus sounding lead. Well, you know, he always plays the bass, different songs in interesting ways. The other song on that album, Is It Luck, is like nuts.
I don't remember anything else about that song.
many puppies are being shot in the dark. Too many puppies are trying not to bark.
Oh, yeah. That song. That's a fucking song.
Yeah.
I do not know the bass solo for that yet.
I have 21 liked songs. Too Many Puppies, John the Fisherman, Lee Van Cleef, My Name is Mud, Welcome to This World, DMV, Mr. Crinkle, The Air is Getting Slippery, Hamburger Train.
Oh.
And then I got Candyman, Golden Ticket, Oompa, Augustus, and I Want It Now. I have American Life and Fish On. Oh, I had a different version of Fish On there. Then I have Jerry Was a Race Car Driver, Tommy the Cat, Southbound Pachyderm, and Over the Electric Grapevine.
God, Over the Electric. I don't know that one, but I don't know how to play it is what I mean. But
so those are my Primus songs.
they're all great because 99% of Primus is fucking great to me.
Yeah, some of it's a bit out there for me.
Some of it's quite a bit out there, especially that new shit. I'm not too into it. I mean, yeah, they did that Zinski song and all that. And the Little Lord Fentanyl. It gets a little weird. That
The Desaturating Seven.
the song The Seven is the hit of that. It has great bass tone. This is like a prog rock album. But, dude, this song bangs.
I have heard this before.
I was about to say, I don't let you go too long without sending you new Primus if it comes out, unless I just have zero faith. Like, if I'm apprehensive to it, it's probably not going to go over well with you. This is all about, there's some children's book out there called the fucking Seven Goblins or something, the Rainbow Goblins. And so he just wrote a whole album based off that.
Off the Roy Jabiv.
But this is like this is really rushy without the...
Yeah, I'm getting the Rush vibes from it.
With a better voice in it a bit. A
Yeah. Was it Geddy Lee?
Yep.
They do vocals for Rush? Another bass player vocalist.
Bass player, vocalist, and keyboardist. He had the Moog foot pedal as well, so he would just do everything. But you have to when you're that ugly.
I guess I didn't make that connection.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, bass. There's an old... the fella who wrote the Fairly Odd Parents and stuff used to do an internet series, and he did a small animated skit on someone calling into a radio station claiming that all music that has a singing bass player is R&B. It is not rock and roll. Slayer, R&B. Rick James, R&B. Who the hell? This is an acceptable wall of sound.
Figure out who it is?
No, it's not Arrow? No, it's Devil Driver.
Brand new Devil Driver. And it fucks.
Yeah, of course it's Devil Driver. Holy shit, it makes so much sense, but I didn't expect it.
Just all the copyright strikes for me today.
Someone's using the same effects. I hear cleans deep in there somewhere.
Yeah, but it's got like a phaser or a flanger on there.
Yeah.
Flanger. Guitar solo.
But, ooh, he did a little
I
bit.
believe it's a lot of the band is not
the original people.
No. I believe almost everybody is new on this album.
Except Dez.
Yeah, except Dez. But it's still got that same Devil Driver vibe, which is interesting that he's like carrying that vibe through. Like you can hear it in the guitars. The guitar player was one of the longest running people. I don't know all of this for a fact, but if I remember correctly. And he just recently left.
I also don't believe that they had like a big fallout. I think everybody was just done, but I'm not 100% on that.
I actually think there might have been a little bit of fallout. I vaguely remember it being like they were annoyed that they weren't allowed to work on side projects, but then Dez was going off and doing like Coal Chamber and all that other stuff, and then coming back and like not treating this as his main priority, but they weren't allowed to have any side projects or something. I think that might have been Devil Driver. That definitely happened with a band recently. I just don't remember for certain that it was Devil Driver.
That's 100% Metallica and how they've always been.
Yeah, this new Devil Driver is pretty good. I'm into this.
Yeah, that sounds like Devil Driver to me.
So yeah, that's just a single. Came out 2 days ago.
It's definitely a Devil Driver song title.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that already wasn't a Devil Driver song.
What are you doing there? That was pretty cool. I was into that. Long song for a 2026 song. 4.5 minutes.
They usually do pretty long songs, don't they?
About this length, yeah.
4.5, 5 minutes.
I knew Beyond Creation was like 6 minutes,
That sounds
which is
right.
unsurprising.
Which long songs are cool when there's talent and energy to make it through the song, but a boring long song is killer.
And fucking triplets though.
Sounds like they might be in drop A.
Yeah, I just had that same thought. I was like, I didn't expect that to sound so like perfect.
Yeah. Yep, I believe they are in drop A. But not all of Devil Driver would have been.
No, I don't think so. I think they did a lot of shit in Drop C.
Yeah.
Like Clouds Over California and all that.
Shout outs to Drop C. Really awesome fucking.
Yeah, it was a real good gateway drug to Drop A for me.
I wish I had a Drop C or Drop C sharp guitar lying around just to play System of a Down whenever I want.
Because Undecided started in Drop C.
Yep.
It was my Warlock in Drop C. It wasn't until I got the Schecter that we dropped to A.
Well, you dropped to B at one point.
Did we?
Yes.
Because I know I had them like 13 to 64 strings or something stupid on my Warlock.
Yeah, no, I remember being in drop B because you were in drop B and then I was in standard tuning. for bass, so I had to play everything very strangely. But I took that challenge as a stubborn bass player who didn't want to raise these strings up. This new System of a Down?
Yeah. Drop.
It's all about the bass.
Man, Grizz rarely misses.
It's all about the bass. It's all about the bass. It's all about the beats. It's all about the funk. It's all about the love. It's all about the bass. It's all about the It's all about the bass. It's all about the bass. It's all about the beats. It's all about the funk. It's all about the love.
I wish I made electronic on the side, but it also seems like a thing that inevitably consumes your entire musical identity.
Yeah.
So I'm like scared too.
I am definitely leaning more towards the creating electronic music than becoming a bluegrass band. And it's one of the two paths you get to go down when you become a metalhead.
You do rockabilly.
Man, why Pliny always so boring? Old Pliny used to be so good. Why new Pliny so boring?
What? That's another thing that's dangerous about music theory is once you know a bunch of it, you start playing slow and boring shit. But it only makes sense to people.
Like, oh, he went from the suspended 7th to the 5th?
Yeah.
And then he dropped it from a flat 5 to a flat 9?
Yeah.
That probably doesn't actually make sense, but
That's what I feel like happens to a lot of musicians.
Diacritical Sunbeam C. Get banned. I mean, this is kind of a fun little beat.
You see those...
But it took you a minute and 20 seconds to get here.
Yeah. You see people comment online about like fast playing or flashy playing all the time. They're like, it's not about the quantity of the notes, it's about the quality of the notes.
It's not about the notes, it's about the spaces between them.
Yeah. And I'm just like,
I wonder if you'll guess who this is.
it's not the Gorillas, is it?
No.
It's
Didn't know this band was still a band.
This ain't 3 Days Grace, is it? No.
You're in the right ballpark.
Yeah, yeah. It's not My Chemical.
That's further. 3 Days Grace was pretty close.
It wouldn't be Stained.
Oh, you're on fire. You're just burning up.
Hold on. It is an S.
You're in the ninth circle of hell.
1 second. It's not Shinedown. No.
You're so close. You couldn't be any closer without saying the right band.
There was Stained, there was Shinedown, there was...
Fake it.
Not Hypocrite, right? What was that? Can you take it all away? Puddle of Mud?
No, that's
not.
Oh, what's the other one? I mean, this sounds like them. It didn't so much before, but this sounds like them.
Skillet? No.
That's pretty close to, but not as close as the
Not
other
Papa
were.
Roach. God, there's like another band next to Stained.
Yeah, there is.
Not Hinder, is it?
It's standing next to Stained, somewhere between Stained and Nickelback. They're not American.
Oh.
But you probably thought they were.
100%. Where are they from?
South Africa?
Now the name of my head.
But it's not Diomford.
It's not Diomford. Fuck, who is this?
Seether.
Fuck, Seether. That was the... Yeah. Damn it.
You were so close. You were all around it.
Stained Seether.
I don't care for it.
Yeah, it's
new Seether not great. Same ballpark. Also an S band. Not one you named. This is some butt rock.
Savage Garden. Fuck, I don't know.
Seven Dust.
Seven Dust.
I don't know why this one's recommended for me. But I also didn't know this was still a band.
Oh, Sepultura?
Yeah.
Is this new Sepultura?
Yeah.
All right.
A new EP?
Yeah, because the Cavalera brothers have been
2 songs.
out of Sepultura for a while.
I don't ever listen to Sepultura. I don't know why Spotify's thinking I want to.
It originally was thrash music, and then it just kind of catered on down into...
Oh, fuck me. Is it gonna... What is it gonna be? Ooh, they've gone more country-y. Not unsurprising.
Is this a Game of Thrones?
We stand united, one for all.
This is not Sepultura.
Just listen to the voice. You know that voice.
Is this that one music producer that everybody praises?
No, this is a ginormous band that you definitely know, and I've said the name of already today. People love to hate them.
Nickelback?
Yeah, this is brand new Nickelback, baby.
Ah.
Fuck Nickelback.
Damn.
Latest single from Nickelback, released March 20th.
They got some killer riffs, though.
Yeah, and their drums go hard too.
Animals? Oh my god.
If fucking Chad Kroeger would scream, they'd be a new metal band. They have gone a little more country-y with this one.
I fucking can't stand Rockstar anymore. I don't want to listen to that song.
And then now. I mean, he's dead. I mean, the main guy's dead. But the band's still going, I guess. Close.
There was Incubus. Sublime.
Yeah. New Sublime in the year of our Lord 2026. Apparently they're MAGA.
I don't know much
So, I mean,
about
they
them.
can get fucked.
Was there going to be new Skinny Puppy next?
No, New Family Jewels.
For some reason, usually my YouTube algorithm knows, hey, it's this time of day, so we're playing these videos.
Dude, mine totally does that same shit. Like when I'm laying down for bed, it totally switches the type of video that it's giving me to the type of video that I watch. Like I get way more Neil deGrasse Tyson and like podcast and longer length shit when I'm laying down to bed. And it also notices that it's on my phone because like I'll watch the other YouTube bullshit on my computer and then I'll watch like long form podcasty type shit on my phone that I'm more listening to than watching. And it knows that somehow. And when I'm laying down to bed and pull out my phone, I get like a totally different algorithm than 5 minutes before that when I was sitting at my computer. Crazy.
But for some reason, in the middle of the night, it wants to play Family Jewels and Grant Kirkhope Banjo-Kazooie, Gruntilda's Lair. And so I'll wake up sometime and be like, oh, what the hell?
Atreyu, Soulfly, and Max Calvera.
Oh, hell yeah. It means it's going to sound like...
Cavalera, I guess.
Oh, yeah. They got them riffs. It's kind of like hardcore a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely feel the hardcore in both the drums and the guitar.
I don't know why they had to put Soulfly and Max Cavalera, because he is Soulfly.
Oh, Max, I didn't realize that.
Oh,
Calavera
no,
is in Soulfly?
Well, he created like 20 bands. And then, yeah, Nail Bomb, Soulfly, Cavalera Conspiracy.
I knew that one, and I knew Sepultura.
And Sepultura was where he started.
I hate this. This sucks.
This shouldn't have.
Atreyu? Hey, you quit digging at that. Digging at your eye.
Put that out.
Jesus loves me. Look at that. That's cool. And I was under the impression he didn't exist. Look at that. That was rude. I'm rude. Thanks for telling me that Jesus loves me, bot.
The AI wants you to know that. Hey, by the way, no, the Christ.
Hey, this sucks a little less now.
Yeah, it goes through periods.
Oh, and then this one, which I haven't heard, but I have seen suggested on YouTube, I think, is I'm about to go XXY up circle on yo ass. And I assume that's a Street Fighter thing?
XXY up circle. Well, kind of.
Didn't realize it was going to be like grindcore thrash shit.
What's the name of the song?
So much
again?
snare drum. I'm about to go XXY up circle on yo ass.
That's no movement I know. Raging Demon would be. Yeah, this would be some like noise. It's like Lazy Rings of Saturn.
I don't know if that art means anything to you. This is just not doing it for me. Sorry, Brantron.
Yeah, this is you get into like weird grind. This is Buried Alive does some of this stuff, but they do
it cooler.
Yeah. That one just seemed to be a lot of programmed double bass going hard at it.
And so many snare hits.
Yeah. My tolerance for snare hits is lessened a little over the years as well. I still check out Aborted from time to time, but it's not like the thing I listen to every day.
Oh, now I'm really going to get us a fucking strike. This song is so bad. But there's an emote in Fortnite that is the chorus. Oh boy.
I know you'll come around. It's gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies. Cause it feels so mystical, magical, oh baby. Cause once you know,
I think I have heard this in some context.
It's an emote in Fortnite. Just this bit. And then it just loops that. Oh boy, is that stuck in my head for all of eternity. That's Benson Boone, and that's his one thing that he does repeatedly in all his songs. This seem really high pitched. Oh, you've also heard this one.
It's like New Age Tiny Tim from like the first episode of
Yes,
SpongeBob.
that's exactly what Mariah said. This one is just a bunch of slow whatever bullshit, all to build up to the... You've probably heard this. I won't say you've definitely heard this.
I've never been able to get behind the mentality of creating a song like this. Like, because it, you know...
How it builds for 2 minutes to one chorus and then ends?
Yeah,
like,
so...
that's just weird.
Well, yeah, a lot of this, like, music that's... It's, like, indie but popular because the music industry's weird.
Yeah.
So, like, there's massive hits like Ain't No Rest for the Wicked and Money Don't Grow on Trees.
Which doesn't sound like anything else they've ever made.
Yep. But there's, like, big, massive hits, and then there's stuff that, like, gets used for movies that, like, becomes hits or factor in TikTok.
Because I remember Alan got pretty into Cage the Elephant after Borderlands.
Yeah.
And he was real into that shit. And not one other song of theirs that I think was good. But he was into that, like, Cage the Elephant, Vampire Weekend, all that shit. And that was just not my jam. That's kind of that genre you're talking about, the weird indie but popular.
I just don't know how to, like, if someone were to just give me the challenge of you need to write a song like that, I don't know how to approach it. Maybe I'm so rooted into, you know, metal as a writing concept, metal, rock.
That's what made the 517 thing kind of fun for me to write at first.
Yeah.
Because it was just, you know, try and write something in this other genre that you never write things in.
How difficult is it as well to just write something like that with the intention on it getting popular and making you money?
Well, I mean, that's what Nickelback is.
Yeah.
Like, all their fucking huge songs, I forget, there's a story of one of their biggest songs about how, like, Chad Kroeger sat down and, like, looked at all the top chart-topping songs of the last 50 years and what they all had in common and everything that they all did, and took the most common traits and then sat down and in, like, an hour wrote this song, and then fucking became the biggest song in the fucking world. Now I gotta Google what it is.
It still was a lot of work on Chad Kroeger's part, I guess. Then he's like a music scientist.
Nickelback's hit song How You Remind Me was famously written in a very short amount of time, with Chad Kroeger stating that it was fleshed out in roughly 45 minutes to an hour.
That song rocks. Fuck.
The lyrics were born from a heated argument Kroeger had with his then girlfriend in their Vancouver apartment. I didn't realize they were from Canada. He went to the basement to record it immediately afterward. It became the most played song on U.S. radio of the 2000s. The song Animals has also been cited as being written in around 45 minutes. So two of their biggest fucking bangers.
The ones that I really like as well. Yeah, so he just used that chord structure of 1, 1, 4, 4.
Yeah, he just picked a couple chords and slammed out the lyrics. You know, does the same verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, but in a different key, and end it. You know,
and
there's a reason that's the pop song format.
And he's got the voice. The voice he has just works, and it's, you know, the pained male. Almost perfected.
It's super like angsty dude perfection.
It doesn't have that like whine that like
it doesn't go emo whiny.
Puddle of Mud has, where it's a little more high pitched.
Or even just any of your My Chemical Romances, your whatever else emo type stuff, where it is just whiny angsty guys. It's like whiny angsty but for tough manly men.
Fucking Five Finger Death Punch.
Yeah, like Five Finger Death Punch.
Man, I heard a sick riff on the radio the other day, and then it kicked in, and then I realized, this is Five Finger.
They got some sick riffs.
They got some sick riffs.
Then they've got a couple songs that aren't awful. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Be careful. The ceiling will be fine. Your guitar might not be. Oh, look at that. I don't have any liked songs by Five Finger Death Punch. I'm proud of myself. But from War is the Answer, I think just the song War is the Answer fucking ruled.
Yeah, they got that. What tone does this remind me of?
This is very like hardcore. This is Hatebreed.
Yeah, there you go.
This is fucking Throwdown. Like that's the fucking Throwdown.
Throwdown is the appropriate word for this, isn't it?
Well, Throwdown is bands. I'm thinking of like. Same guitar tone.
Is Hatebreed?
This is Throwdown.
Oh, fuck, there's a band named Throwdown.
Yeah.
Understood.
We almost covered a Throwdown song in the early Undecided days. It's this one.
Sounds like Sir Mix-a-Lot.
It's because it is.
Ah.
But Ryan didn't want to do didn't want to do a cover of a cover and too many lyrics.
This is my shit. I didn't know about this. Now that I do, it will go through phases where I listen to this.
Yeah, this cover rules.
A little bit of the tone. There's this one band I jam on, Prong. They kind of got this guitar tone as well. This would be like drop D, drop C sharp.
This is definitely like some drop C type shit. Because When I was listening to this is when Undecided was still in Drop C. Double up,
I really like raw metal covers of pop songs. Pop Go Punk in the early days, super sick, but then it kind of blew up into being a beloved genre.
Saw off a song or an album, rock versus rap. I've never looked at the rest of this.
Oh.
First song is We Will Rock You by KRS-One. So I'm wondering if it's rock songs by rap artists and rap songs by rock artists. We're about to listen to that next.
I like KRS-One.
I've never heard of KRS-One.
Just a regular Brooklyn rapper, Wu-Tang style, kinda. Biggie Smalls.
This came out in 2005, this album.
Oh.
So this is like that era.
This is a weird time to get all these 90s people together.
Turn the drum up a little bit for me. Let me feel that. Word up. This is not a download. Got my man BP on the side. Woo! It's crazy. The original. Word up. Woo!
Yeah, it's all different artists. So it's rap songs by rock artists and rock songs by rap artists. This is weird.
Yeah, it is.
Watch this now. Watch this. We walk around in no disaster or lack. We met in positions. We spit out a whole different rap. When I pass the mic, the rappers, they be
So then they just wrote a rap over it. It's not even like the same lyric.
This is kind of like the core of what rap is, essentially, like taking a sample of...
And then like in a hook and
like,
kind of putting it in a different context.
No, take the whole thing now.
Me, I'm moving faster than that. The ways of the world, I don't be reacting to that.
I'd be worried about like Round and Round and shit. This is a curious album here.
Deep Cover by Kendria. I don't know either the song or the band.
Dude, that one System of a Down. They had the Shame on a, and then they had Will They Die For You. System of a Down did a really good job at merging the two.
Tonight's the night, I get in some shit. Yeah, deep cover on the incognito tip. I'm burning shicey brothers if I have to. Smack 'em back to.
This is kind of cool.
Brothers know I'm coming at you. I guess that's part of the game.
It's got the little creepy piano in it that I like. Scratchy muted guitar.
Yo, I'm on a mission and my mission won't stop until I get the nigga macking at the
A little repetitive. I'd like it to explode soon.
Yeah, I was hoping it was building to something there.
Good bass line. It seems like it's one of them rant raps. Might not have a chorus.
We're a minute and 12 seconds in without one. This is weird. This is gonna be a weird, a whole weird album.
Let's go. It's funny.
Weird. It's all weird.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like low effort, maybe.
Kinda. It almost feels that way.
What is this gonna be, man?
Stephen Piercy and KRS-One do Round and Round.
KRS-One.
Round and round.
It's like a bad version. It's not that
It's like
bad.
a Kids Bop version.
It's like 85% what the original
Yes.
That you would end up winning.
So like, are they just making fun? It's not bad. It's just not
And
as good.
it's weird in the context of that Baby Got Back cover too, because that Baby Got Back cover fucking rules.
Fucking rules, yeah.
And I don't really get what this is. It's almost like with a little bit more work on the production, this could have been better too. Like a little more processing on the vocal chain or something, because it almost feels like too dry. Like not enough like reverb and delay and shit on that vocal, and to be like that 80s sound. I don't know. Beat on the Grat by Willie Mays.
Be like Tony Hawk's Underground 2 pump.
Hey Joe with
Yeah.
Big B featuring John E of OPM.
Where you going with that gun in your hand? This would be a Jimi Hendrix joint.
A lot of KRS-One on this. I wonder if they're mostly the ones responsible for it. Not on this one, but just in general.
Well, it's a shame waking up every morning to the same thing. Turn on the news, catch my first dose of
Method Man?
Society blues.
That's Big B featuring John E.
Oh, okay.
I do think so far this one works the best.
Yeah.
Like I think this is a pretty. It feels like Everlast almost. It's got some Everlast vibe going on. This is like a clean guitar that's like semi-competently played, but just even like that vibe they just had there. That felt Everlast. Ah! Who's that? Go get her. Attack. This is Blunt's LLA.
If it was Cypress Hill, it'd be funny. Reminds me of Hey, Outcast. It's like a heavy version of that.
This is also weird.
Yeah, whoever produced this album did a thing.
The Devil's Crown, KRS-One again.
So there are weird things out there, like when Ice-T. So Ice-T had his punk metal band Body Count.
Yes.
And they did a cover of Institutionalized that I've probably shown you.
Yep.
And that was kind of neat, but I don't listen to it all the time. You know, oh, wow. Yeah, Alice Cooper.
I don't know this one.
It's a good Alice Cooper song.
No, I might. I think I do. Obviously not this version.
I don't think you and I have ever had much of a conversation.
Not a huge Alice Cooper fan. I mean, I like Schools Out.
I like Poison.
I prefer the Guar version, but
Yeah, Alice Cooper doesn't have any like.
not crazy about his voice. Like, he's iconic and cool for doing his whole theatrical thing, but I've never cared that much for his music.
Motorhead.
Never been a huge Motorhead fan either.
That's understandable. Most of it's like what Motorhead is.
Is that another bass player vocalist? Lemmy was a bass player, right?
Yep. Yes, 100% bass player vocalist, which means they are R&B.
Hey, Rubbery Scouring 9QZQI, get fucking banned.
Motorhead is like good AC/DC. Like if you want the same package presentation of metal music, but you don't want to have to go to AC/DC, you can go to Motorhead and get the same feeling. They got some like slower rock songs that aren't that high. Well, they did a lot of speed as well, which is why Motorhead is always so fast. It's because they were fast.
Speaking of speed, what's the song? Help me out. Crazy guy did cocaine, looked like, played me the video, kind of Tiny Tim sounding, super funky song, 5 minutes long. Oh, what the fuck? And none of that's doing it for. There's one good song on that album. Let's go to my liked songs.
Speed, 5 minutes long, funky.
Might have been by like Yes or something.
Wouldn't Yes would have had like Roundabout.
No, that's not it. And he does like a crazy yodely thing in it.
Oh, you're gonna want Hocus Pocus by Focus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hocus Pocus by Focus. The original version is not that crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It's a longer song, and they only had a 5-minute time slot, so they sped it up and played it insane. That's why that video's so crazy.
I see. It's a wonderful song.
No, that song fucking rules.
I've never listened to like any of their other songs.
Yeah, it's a 7-minute song, but they had like a 5-minute slot. What is Hocus Pocus 2010?
Really?
This fucking rules. It's from the 2010 World Cup.
Huh. Oh. Okay. So this song is worldly celebrated.
This kind of rules.
Yeah.
They went down the EDM track too.
Damn. There's a bunch of old guys. That's another one of them like 3/5 riffs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I think it's 4/4.
Oh, sorry, I meant 3 to 5 like C to
location. I thought you were saying it was in a 3/5 time signature, and I'm like, how did I not feel that?
It would have been C to D.
I've never listened to any of their other music.
Neither have I. My guess is it would be like cocaine rock. I think I'm gonna be correct.
This is so 70s, man.
Yep.
That fucking electric organ.
It's like fucking Peanuts, but
That sounds painful. Or like something that should put you in prison. Because the Peanuts are all children. One of them's a dog.
Wait, what?
He said it's like fucking peanuts.
Oh, facts.
And I said it's either painful or illegal because fucking a peanut sounds painful. Those shells don't seem comfortable.
Oh no.
And like, does it go in you or do you go in it?
I
And
don't.
if you're going in it, how big is that peanut? And it's just, this all just seems like bad.
I will not search this later. I will not search this later.
Yeah.
This is 70s.
Yeah.
Booger sugar rock. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get into the rest of their stuff.
Yeah, this kind of fucking rules.
It's like 70s. So far, I don't hear any vocals. So it's like
Yeah.
70s instrumental stuff, like the 70s version of Nuclear Power Trio.
Yeah, it does. I do get some Nuclear Power Trio vibes from this.
Which they had to be inspired by somebody, potentially this.
See, and I just wouldn't even know where to start to write something like this, because, like, I don't play these notes in this order ever. And so it's just totally foreign to me.
This would come up from a bunch of people who probably know theory to talk to each other just jamming. Like, we're going to move from here and here and just fuck around for hours because it's the 70s and we don't have cell phones.
Yeah.
So this was probably all naturally written. Like, I like that. Let's do that. Let's put this here. And
How old them fuckers are.
One of them, that piano player, is probably got everybody organized. Yeah, this is a good jam band, from what I can tell. This is the second song I've ever heard of theirs.
And it's fucking bops. Their recommended song. Oh my god, this album came out in 2024, Cody.
Huh.
Focus 12, their 12th album. And the first song is Fjord Focus. I fucking love it.
Really?
There's still like 3 minutes of this song left.
Yeah.
Math is hard. 2 minutes.
Yeah, these are a bunch of band nerds that play rock instruments. It's gotta be. They got like timpanis and stuff in there. They've. Fuck, this is kind of awesome. It's like jazz I can stand.
Yeah. Which is
Jazz is good.
Mudvayne bass. Ryan Martini, his other band is kind of like this. That's the March of the Cephalopods.
Fuck. This is awesome.
Soften the Glare. Ooh, jazz flute.
He brought the flute back.
Jazz flute, Mr. Burgundy.
You gonna fucking
You
yodel?
play the jazz flute for us, Mr. Burgundy. Ron Burgundy, Anchorman, jazz flute, jazz flute.
Oh,
Love that shit.
So,
Have you've never seen it? That's a good movie. That's probably one of my favorite comedies. It's a bad, stupid movie that is good and hilarious because it's a Will Ferrell movie.
It's definitely on my list, but yeah, I totally missed out on Anchorman. This rules. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, this is Soften the Glare. This is Ryan Martini's jazz fusion project.
Oh yeah. There's an older band I listen to called Tribal Tech. Yeah, jazz fusion rules. This would be like a musical goal.
Is that fretless?
Yes.
Don't really know Ryan for fretless stuff, so that's cool.
He also doesn't want you to know him for anything he's known for. He wants to keep everybody on their toes. No, I'm not a slap bass player. I'm a tapper. No, fuck frets.
He's just an incredible bassist
Yep.
in general to me.
Yeah.
Because he does do the tap and the slap and the normal fingered stuff and apparently fretless stuff really cool.
He's probably playing a Warwick fretless, which is awesome.
Yeah, because he is a Warwick guy.
I don't miss being a name brand fan or user as much, but I would love to have a Warwick bass, but I'm not going to pay. I'll make one as close to as possible. It all sounds like Sonic the Hedgehog music. Yeah, this fucking rocks. I should be listening to this more often in my life.
Cephalopods 2.
Same band?
Yeah. I skipped. 'Cause I got no patience.
But also, this music is completely fine for skipping. You can skip to anywhere and have a
And
good
it's just
time.
like, what is this? So yeah, I'm a big fan of the Ryan Martini.
This shit was absolutely dope.
Hey, we didn't play any music, but that's okay.
We played plenty of music, just not ours.
Nobody's here to complain, so deal with it. I'm the boss of what I do.
And we had a deep science fiction themed conversation podcast today.
Among other shit.
And podcast themed.
All right. Guess we'll say bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
That one.
Thank you.